Chapter 3782. Remember in 1 second 800 mail sign /say, net. This is a wonderful free reading, without a pop-up window. 7 days from now I'll head to the primordial lands. At that time you can recruit some people to purchase the spiritual materials on the list. You can decide on the salary. Ning Qi didn't seem to notice Fu Yang's worry, and said indifferently, "If you leave the Northern Dragon Merchant Association," Fu Liang was stunned. "What are you afraid of? If they dared to make a move, they would have done so long ago," Ning Qi said lightly. Fu Liang immediately shut his mouth. However, he still felt a little worried. Just as he was considering whether to resign with Ning Qi or not, a person slowly walked into the Rising Dragon Merchant Association. Senior Han? Fu Liang was stunned. The other party was none other than Han Wei, who had led a team of cultivators to patrol Skyspan City yesterday. "You may leave." Ning Qi waved his hand at Fu Liang. When Fu Liang saw that, he thought that Ning Qi and Han Wei knew each other, so he tactfully turned around and left. "Brother Wu, we meet again. Your Chamber of Commerce doesn't seem to have anything. It's empty." Han Wei looked around and smiled at Ning Qi. "Our Chamber of Commerce only does custom-made business." Ning Qi smiled. "Custom-made?" Han Wei froze for a moment. After a pause, he humbly asked, "Brother Wu, what do you mean by custom-made business? For example, if you want a special product from a small world, I'll get it for you, and you pay. This is a custom-made business," Ning Qi said lightly. "Any small world will do?" Han Wei was slightly startled. Even the divine sects of the primordial lands only controlled a few dozen passageways that led to lesser world. The true passageways had always been firmly controlled by the Holy Saint Council. However, from Ning Qi's tone, it seemed like he could go to any small world. Could it be that the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce was run by the Holy Council? Thinking to there, as a borderless realm cultivator of the Holy Saint Council, Han Wei's gaze towards Ning Qi instantly became more serious. "That's right, any small world is fine," Ning Qi said lightly. "Including the Creation Divine Realm?" Han Wei probed. "The Fortune Divine Realm is a small world?" Ning Qi smiled. The Creation Divine Realm is naturally not a small world. I was overthinking things." Han Wei smiled awkwardly. "You can also go to the Fortune Divine Realm. As long as you can afford it, I can help you find anything you want in the Fortune Divine Realm. However, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to find it." Ning Qi smiled. Han Wei could not wrap his head around it for a moment. It was one thing that they could go to all the small worlds, but they could even go to the Fortune Divine Realm. What kind of background did this Chamber of Commerce have? Other than the Holy Assembly, what other force could create such an all-powerful Chamber of Commerce? Disbelief flashed in the depths of Han Wei's eyes as he frowned slightly. "Brother Wu, what you said seems a little unrealistic. Could it be that the Rising Dragon Merchant Association is run by the Holy Saint Council? As far as I know, ordinary divine sects can only go to a few dozen small worlds. This proves that our Rising Dragon Merchant Association has a powerful background. Although we don't control all the passageways to the minor worlds, the great emperors behind me have a good relationship with the major sects of the primordial lands, including the Holy Assembly. My cultivation is too low, so naturally I don't understand." Ning Qi smiled faintly. He didn't lie to her either. The Darkness Parliament and the Supreme Saint Parliament had indeed been friends for many years. After so many years of hatred and killing each other, they should have developed some feelings for each other, right? So that's how it is. Han Wei's gaze flickered. In his opinion, Rising Dragon Merchant Association had become even more unfathomable. The great emperors behind them were probably all-powerful existences above rank 7. Only such great emperors could be said to have a wide circle of friends and be welcomed wherever they went. He was also qualified to be friends with some of the higher-ups of the Holy Assembly. In fact, There might even be the higher-ups of the Supreme Saint Council among them. Thinking of this, Han Wei's purpose for coming today became even clearer. He went straight to the point and said to Ning Qi, "If Brother Wu wants Zhao Chen's head, I have a way. However, I don't want the 3 billion bounty. I just want Brother Wu to give me one. The Qilin's heart will do." Qilin's heart? Ning Qi shook his head and smiled. A Qilin's heart is worth more than 3 billion origin essence stones. In Shunluo world, even if you take out 30 billion, or even 300 billion, the Qilin clan might not sell it. But in Creation Divine Domain, the price of a Qilin's heart is very cheap. If Brother Wu happens to see it, help me bring one back, I will be very grateful. In the future, if the Rising Dragon Merchant Association encounters any problems in Heaven Connect City, you can look for me. Han Wei said. Ning Qi didn't speak, but sized Han Wei up. The limit of an undead realm cultivator's yuan spirit was 10,000 points. Most of the immortal realm cultivators Ning Qi met, even if they were at the perfection stage, had a yuan spirit at most 5,000 or 6,000 points. Only a few could reach more than 7,000 points. Han Wei was just at the initial stage of the immortal realm, but his yuan spirit was at least 8,000 points. It was clear that his talent was very high, and it was normal for him to want to break through the limit of the undead realm. Little brother Han, your yuan spirit is very strong, almost at the limit of the undead realm, right? You, on the other hand, have just entered the undying realm. With this kind of aptitude, you can be considered a genius in the primordial era. Ordinary undying realm cultivators, as long as they can reach the great perfection realm, however, if the primordial spirit is enhanced to the limit, it will be very beneficial for breaking through to the immortal realm, or even the imperishable realm. In terms of magical fights, the power of the spells you can use will be much stronger. Ning Qi slowly said, "If you have never consumed a Qilin's heart before, the effect of the first one is extremely good. It is possible for your yuan spirit to reach the limits of the undying realm. You said that a rebirth realm's head can be exchanged for such benefit. Isn't the Dragon Merchant Association suffering a loss?" Han Wei didn't expect Ning Qi to see through it so thoroughly, causing his eyes to flash with a strange light. After a moment of silence, he suddenly whispered, "I just broke through to the undead realm and don't have many essence stones on me, but I have a piece of information. The value of the Qilin heart is comparable." Ning Qi smiled and said, "Tell me about it." He was quite curious. What kind of information would be comparable to the value of a Qilin heart? 20 years later, a forbidden area in Tyli land will open. That forbidden area is called the Bone Burial Ruins. A long time ago, there was an extremely powerful sect called the Xianyuan Immortal School. At that time, countless geniuses of the divine sects of the primordial land will gather in Tyli land. At that time, countless geniuses of the divine sects of the primordial land will gather in the Tyli land to obtain the inheritance of the Xianyuan Immortal Sect. That sect once had a seventh-step cultivator. Han Wei slowly said, "The burial ruins? The Xianyuan Immortal Sect?" Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. This place was extremely mysterious. He knew about it a long time ago, but until now, he didn't have the strength to go in and explore. After all, even great emperors couldn't come out after entering. Then, Ning Qi thought of Xianyuan Lin. After that guy left the Dark Parliament, he didn't know where he went. As the only survivor of the Xianyuan Immortal Sect, if the burial ruins opened, Xianyuan Lin should be the person most likely to obtain the inheritance. Chapter 3783. Remember in 1 second 800 $say, net. This is a wonderful free reading, without a pop-up window. If the bone burial site is really going to open, you must go in. A voice rang in Ning Qi's ears. Ning Qi maintained a faint smile on his face as he nodded at Han Wei. This information and Zhao Chen's head are indeed worth a Qilin's heart. If I meet him in the Fortune Divine Realm, I'll bring one back for you. Thank you, Brother Wu. Then I will go and make arrangements. Tomorrow morning, Brother Wu will be able to see Zhao Chen's head. A hint of joy flashed in Han Wei's eyes as he stood up and bade farewell. From the beginning to the end, he had never worried that Ning Qi would go back on his word. At this stage, a cultivator would not break a promise for some small matter. That would easily create an inner demon in one's state of mind. Moreover, he had seen the rising dragon token with his own eyes. There were indeed 10 great emperors' aura imprints on it. Facing such a merchant association, he could completely trust them. The price he had to pay was just a piece of information that all the disciples of the divine sect in the primordial era knew about and the head of a mere rebirth realm cultivator. As for Li Tai and Yi Ming, the merchant association didn't care about them. They were boundless border cultivators. Han Wei did not need to fear their revenge. After Han Wei left, Ning Qi calmed down and asked, "Senior Silver Dragon, what's in it for me to open the bone-bearing ruins?" The bone burial site was the original site of the Xianyuan immortal sect. The reason why the Xianyuan immortal sect was destroyed was because they obtained something beyond their control. Silver Dragon said slowly, "What is it?" Ning Qi's expression changed. The Silver Dragon had been sleeping all this while, recovering the power of its primordial spirit. For it to suddenly wake up and tell him all this, it must be something extremely important. Godhood. There was a slight fluctuation in the Silver Dragon's tone, as if it was recalling something. Godhood? For a moment, countless pieces of information flowed through Ning Qi's mind. He probed, "Senior Silver Dragon, what exactly is this godhood you speak of?" You can think of it as a kind of qualification, a qualification that will allow you to step into a place where even the Holy Assembly will not dare to offend you. As long as you obtain the godhood, destroying the Holy Assembly in the future will be as easy as snapping your fingers. Silver Dragon said, "Senior Silver Dragon, don't tell me you're saying that if I obtain this godhood, I can become an expert on the level of a godly king, equivalent to an 8th-step cultivator?" After thinking about it, Ning Qi felt that there was only one possibility. There were 4 known god kings in the creation divine realm, and they were the emperors of the 3 dynasties and the ruler of the Sea tribe. God king? Where did you hear that word? The Silver Dragon's tone became more intense. Ning Qi smiled and said, "There are divine monarchs in the creation divine realm. They call 7th-step cultivators godly venerables and 8th-step cultivators divine monarch. Well, these are all my guesses. I'm not sure if divine monarchs are 8th-step cultivators. Strong ones?" The Silver Dragon was silent for a moment before its voice rang out again. This time, its voice was extremely stern. "I never thought that such an existence would appear in the divine realm of creation in such a short period of time. Didn't I tell you before that the strongest person in the divine realm of creation is only a divine emperor? Is it comparable to the emperor realm? That's because there is no godhead in the divine realm of creation. In a world without a godhead, it's impossible for a 7th-step cultivator to be born, much less an 8th-step cultivator." Ning Qi recalled that when the creation divine realm and the creation divine realm had initially merged, the Silver Dragon had indeed said that the strongest person in the divine realm of creation was only the emperor realm. The appearance of a god king in the divine realm of creation only means that someone has obtained or condensed a godhead. That person might still be very weak now, but he will definitely ascend to the position of divine master in the future. At that time, the slave imprint on all the warriors in the divine realm will recognize him as their master. As long as he wants to, he can send troops to the divine clapnet at any time. This is something that we can't stop, right? Furthermore, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me," Ning Qi said after a moment of silence. "The Godhead has already appeared, and indeed, we can't stop it, but you say that it has nothing to do with you? Haha, it's impossible that it has nothing to do with you. Not only you, but all living beings in the universe, except for mortals, as long as they have a bit of cultivation, will be annihilated because of the birth of a new divine master. You can treat it as a reshuffle of power. After all living beings are annihilated, the new divine master will bestow cultivation technique. The silver dragon said indifferently. Why is it like this? If there really is someone who can reach the divine master realm, why would he want to annihilate all the cultivators? Ning Qi was slightly taken aback. Because the daos that we cultivate were all bestowed by the previous divine master. If it were you, what would you do? The silver dragon said with a faint smile. Ning Qi's expression gradually turned solemn. If the birth of a new divine master would wipe out the lives of all cultivators, then his family and friends would all be wiped out. This was something that Ning Qi could not accept at all. Senior Silver Dragon, how much time do we have? How can we stop this calamity from coming? Ning Qi said in a low voice. Since someone in the divine realm of creation has obtained a godhead, then he might ascend to the position of divine master tomorrow. It might also take 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1 ancient, 10 ancient, 10 ancient, all of these are uncertain. The only way to stop this calamity is to stop it, and that is to become a divine master. At that time, if you are not willing to wipe out the living beings created by the previous divine master, then they will not have to die. The silver dragon said. So, in 20 years you must go to the bone burial ruins. That kid just now is from the Holy Assembly. All these years, the Holy Assembly has been waiting for the remnant soul in the bone burial ruins to die. Since they said that the bone burial ruins will open in 20 years, since they said that the boneyard ruins will open in 20 years, it means that the remnant soul is about to die. Become a divine master. A bitter smile appeared on Ning Qi's face. He had cultivated for so many years, but he was only a sempiternal cultivator, only at the 5th step. His cultivation speed was already extremely fast, and there was still a 6th step, a 7th step, an 8th step, and finally the 9th step of Divine Master. Was the divine realm really possible? According to the Silver Dragon, his life and the lives of the sacred concubine and the others could be wiped out at any time. It might be tomorrow, or it might be the day after. It was as if they had to live each day with the mentality that they would be wiped out. You seem to have lost confidence? The Silver Dragon's voice rang out once more. After several breaths of silence, Ning Qi's lips curled up, and his eyes flashed. As long as I obtain a godhead, I will have a chance to ascend to the position of Divine Master? That's right. Fine, I will give it a try. If I cannot obtain a godhead, then I will condense a godhead on my own. Ning Qi smiled. Condense on my own. The Silver Dragon's voice was tinged with hesitation, but it did not continue speaking. Instead, it returned to its slumber. At the same time, the system's voice exploded in Ning Qi's ears. Ding! User has accepted the Nightmare Level Genesis mission. Obtain a Godhead. Failure will result in death. Success will result in the reward of 1 grade 8 pill. The pill's attribute will be random. Ning Qi was somewhat surprised. He did not think that the system would also join in on the fun. If he could not obtain a godhead, he would be killed. Chapter 3784. System, the God lattice you mentioned, does it count if I get it from somewhere else or condense it myself? As long as I obtain the God lattice, the mission is considered a success. There is no deadline. If the God lattice is obtained by someone else, then the deadline is up. If the host is unable to condense the God lattice by himself, then the mission will be considered a failure. Oh, then what is a grade 8 pill? Ning Qi asked. The Phoenix reincarnation fruit could only be considered an elementary grade 7 pill. To 7th step cultivators and godly venerables in the creation divine domain, it was probably an ordinary item. But to cultivators below the 7th step, even Emperor realm experts, it had a certain effect on raising their cultivation. The grade 8 pill that the system mentioned was most likely God King level. Currently, there were only 4 known God Kings in the creation divine domain. Even in the divine Lua world, there was a high possibility that there was not even a single God King level expert. Pills are random. The system notification sounded. Alright, I got it. You can leave. Ning Qi shook his head. What are you guys doing? Suddenly, an angry roar came from the Northern Dragon Trade Association. The owner of the voice was very familiar to Ning Qi. It was Li Tai. Ning Qi looked up and saw that Han Wei had already changed into a set of specialized clothes. He brought a group of cultivators and rushed into the Northern Dragon Merchant Association. In front of countless people, he brought Zhao Chen out with a dumbfounded expression. Li Tai followed closely behind and glared at Han Wei. Han Wei, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a boundless border cultivator. Do you believe that I will immediately report you to the city lord? Li Tai, Zhao Chen has broken the rules of Heavenspan City many times. Just a month ago, he even killed a cultivator. I have a file here, as well as witnesses. If you continue to be stubborn, I will sue you for the crime of covering up. Han Wei sneered, not afraid of Li Tai at all. I said that Zhao Chen will definitely be in trouble. His personality is not suitable to work in the trade association. A few years ago, I personally saw him scam a guy from the countryside until he had nothing left. In the end, that guy was unable to take out 1,000,000 essence stones due to the 1-year deadline and was chased out of Heaven Connect City. I heard that Zhao Chen has a bounty of 3 billion essence stones. If he is caught without Li Tai and the rest to protect him, his head will probably fall off. Li Tai, did you hear that? If you continue to shield Zhao Chen, you won't be in the right anymore. Han Wei said lightly. Zhao Chen had a look of despair. There's no evidence for what you said. Li Tai still did not plan to give up on Zhao Chen. He was the one who brought Zhao Chen out of the sect. If he died outside, how would he explain it to the sect when he returned? As a sempiternal realm cultivator, where should he place his dignity? Li Tai, since Zhao Chen did all these things behind our backs, he has no reason to make things difficult for others. Yiming slowly stepped forward and said. But, Li Tai wanted to say something but hesitated. Forget it. Yiming waved his hand and glanced at Ning Qi. His eyes flashed with sharpness, then he turned around and returned to the Northern Dragon Commerce. Seeing this, Li Tai's face turned ashen as he looked at Han Wei, then at Zhao Chen, and finally at Ning Qi. Wu Yin, good move. Li Tai sneers and enters the Northern Dragon Commerce. After hearing those words, how could Zhao Chen not understand Han Wei's intentions? A look of shock and anger flashed across his face. Was he going to lose his life just because he had insulted a sempiternal realm cultivator? Wasn't this price a little too high? After Zhao Chen was taken away, the crowd on the street looked at Ning Qi with a trace of fear. Those cultivators who worked for the commerce like Zhao Chen felt a chill in their hearts. Up until now, how could they not have guessed why Han Wei had chosen to capture Zhao Chen after he had offended Ning Qi, instead of earlier or later? This was obviously to tell everyone that the rising dragon commerce might have the backing of a big shot from the Holy Assembly. So that's how it is. Hearing the commotion, Fu Liang, who came out to watch the show, was overjoyed. The next day, the sun had just risen when someone noticed a bloody head placed in front of the rising dragon commerce. Someone immediately recognized that the head belonged to Zhao Chen, who had been captured yesterday. Li Tai walked out of the Northern Dragon Commerce without a word, picked up the head on the ground and left. A few days later, the forces in Heaven Connect City knew that the rising Dragon Commerce was not to be trifled with. Heaven Connect City. City Lord's Mansion. Li Tai stood behind Yiming with a livid expression. Right now, in front of the two of them sat a young man. This young man wore a white robe and had a red mole at the corner of his mouth. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, looking extremely handsome. Heavenly Moon Emperor, this is what happened. I feel that as a boundless realm cultivator, Han Wei knowingly broke the law in order to curry favor with others. It's unwise, Yi Ming said respectfully. The Heavenly Emperor in front of him was not an ordinary person. He was one of the upper echelons of the Holy Assembly. In the Holy Assembly, cultivators below the sixth step were collectively referred to as boundless realm cultivators. However, there were differences in their positions and titles. It was just that people were used to calling them boundless realm cultivators and sometimes didn't care what their positions were. However, in the Holy Assembly, the Heavenly Emperors were second only to the counselors. Regardless of their cultivation, they all had a title, Boundless Emperor. There were many Heavenly Emperors who wanted to enter the Holy Assembly, but the Holy Assembly only knew of 30 or so Boundless Emperors. Every single one of them was basically a top-notch expert from the divine sects of the immemorial land. These boundless great monarchs had great authority and high status, not something that ordinary great monarchs could compare to. For example, the so-called great monarch clans in the Tily land, as long as the boundless great monarch gave the order, they would have to cooperate with him. Therefore, even if Heavenly Moon Emperor wasn't the boundless emperor, the divine sect behind him would still make Yi Ming lower his head. He wasn't an existence that the Northern Dragon Merchant Group could afford to offend. I already know what you're talking about. However, this Zhao Chun has indeed done many wrong things. It's reasonable for the boundless realm cultivators to capture him. Heavenly Moon Emperor faintly smiled. That smile was so beautiful that even the lividly Tai couldn't help but become absent-minded. However, he immediately recovered and lowered his head, feeling his cheeks burning. It's fine to capture Zhao Chen. However, the next day, Zhao Chen's head appeared at the entrance of the Rising Dragon Merchant Group. This doesn't make sense, right? Yi Ming said slowly. The Rising Dragon Merchant Group offered a bounty of 3 billion for his head. It doesn't seem to conflict with the rules of Sky Connect City? Fighting is not allowed here, but it doesn't mean that this is a peaceful place. As cultivators, we are already used to fighting and killing, right? Heavenly Moon Emperor smiled. I understand. Yi Ming's expression changed slightly. After the two left the City Lord's mansion, Li Tai suddenly transmitted his voice. Heavenly Moon Emperor is obviously protecting Han Wei. Yi Ming didn't speak and only nodded slightly. Inside the City Lord's mansion, after the two left, Heavenly Moon Emperor's gaze suddenly swept across the area. The corner of his lips curled up slightly, opening the Rising Dragon Merchant Group in Sky Connect City? This guy is interesting. Chapter 3785. A few days later, Ning Xuanyi gave Fu Liang some instructions and left the Chamber of Commerce. Through the teleportation array in Heaven Connect City, he stepped into the primordial land. Spiritual Qi. It's 10 times thicker than in Tily land. Looks like I have to be strong to be able to protect the other 9 land. Walking out of the teleportation array, Ning Qi took a deep breath and felt that the spiritual Qi in the primordial land was extremely abundant. Although it was not comparable to the creation celestial realm, it was much stronger than Tily land and absolute beginning land. The teleportation array was also located in a huge city. Many cultivators passing by saw the token on Ning Qi's waist and looked at him with disdain. There were dozens of other cultivators who arrived at the primordial land with Ning Qi through the teleportation array. The weakest of these cultivators was at the rebirth state, while most were at the undead state or even the sempiternal state. After all, the teleportation array cost 100 million origin stones. Ordinary rebirth state cultivators would not even have enough money to cultivate, let alone spend it on the teleportation array. Senior Silver Dragon, since the burial site of Tily land will open in 20 years, the Holy Saint Council will probably seal it off. How can I sneak in then? Ning Qi's heart slightly moved and he asked. After a while, the silver dragon's voice sounded in his ear, "Don't worry, as long as you join any sacred sect in the primordial land, you will get the opportunity to go to the burial site with your cultivation." The Xianyuan immortal sect was destroyed by the Holy Saint Council because they obtained the godhood. Will the Holy Saint Council allow other cultivators to enter such an important thing? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. Not everyone can see the godhood. The silver dragon's voice carried a hint of mockery. If not, even if the godhood is placed in front of you, you can't see it or touch it like a blind man. The Xianyuan immortal sect became a forbidden area because the people of the Holy Saint Council couldn't find the godhood. That's why they didn't destroy the remnant soul in the Xianyuan immortal sect. They were afraid that they would lose the whereabouts of the godhood. Now that the remnant soul is about to dissipate, they have no choice but to send more people to the burial site. That way, they will have a higher chance of getting the godhood. It's the same as meeting each other thousands of miles away, but not knowing each other. Ning Qi smiled and felt that it was interesting, but a trace of worry arose in his heart. If he had no fate with divine spark and didn't know the other side, could he only wait for the divine spark to condense it himself in the future? If it was so easy to condense one's own godhead, the divine Luo world wouldn't have not produced a divine master for such a long time, right? There wasn't even a god king. Oh right, Senior Silver Dragon, the Holy Assembly has a 7th step cultivator. Does that mean that someone in the divine Luo world has inherited the godhead? Ning Qi asked. No, these 7th step cultivators were all promoted when the previous God Lord was still around. Speaking of which, they have lived for far too long. Silver Dragon said. What about 8th step cultivators? If there are 7th step cultivators, there should be 8th step cultivators. Ning Qi was slightly stunned. Even the Silver Dragon said that the council members had lived for a very, very long time. Perhaps they really had lived for a very long time, perhaps even tens of thousands of years. 8th step cultivators have all died of old age. Silver Dragon's voice had an additional hint of emotion, as though he was gloating. The closer they are to the Divine Master, the more they rely on the Divine Master. That's because their Tao comes from the Divine Master. If the Divine Master dies, their Tao will be severed, and they will eventually die with the Divine Master. As for the old farts in the Holy Assembly, their cultivation levels are too low, so they can live longer. For example, when an emperor dies, he wants a bunch of concubines and officials to be buried with him? Ning Qi was stunned. There was such a saying between cultivators? Then, the Divine Master was equivalent to the master of all living beings in the world? Inexplicably, Ning Qi felt a little uncomfortable. You can understand it that way. Silver Dragon's voice had an additional hint of approval, as though Ning Qi's analogy was more similar. What is the infinite world reincarnation? Something formed after the Divine Master dies? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across Ning Qi's mind. The next moment, Silver Dragon seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and didn't make a sound. The more Silver Dragon behaved like this, the more Ning Qi felt that he had guessed correctly. No wonder even Emperor Realm Overlords couldn't avoid the infinite world reincarnation. If the infinite world reincarnation was formed after the Divine Master died, then no matter how powerful the cultivator was, he would have to enter the infinite world reincarnation after his death. The system gave me the invitation ticket to the infinite world reincarnation, and I also obtained something in the infinite world reincarnation in my past life, which caused the Supreme Saint Council to fight against me, so Great Emperor Jiang killed me. What exactly did the Beixian Celestial get in his past life? The system? The creation realm? Ning Qi was deep in thought. The system and the creation realm could both be opportunities that he had obtained from the infinite world reincarnation, but he was more inclined to the former. What a pity! If I could completely recover the memory of my past life, or even the memories of my previous lives, the fog in front of me would be thinner, and I would be able to see more information. Senior, are you from Tai Li? Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Ning Qi and bowed respectfully. Ning Qi looked up, and his expression suddenly became a little strange. The young man was wearing a white robe, carrying a long sword on his back, and he looked very respectful. Ning Qi had seen him before. Moreover, it was not long after he had arrived at Shenluo realm. At that time, Ning Qi was still in the abandoned land of the gods, and he was ordered to bring the 3 elites of the Feng family to look for the Void Worm, and then he killed Feng Yingui and the other 2. However, the Void Worm was also killed by a long sword that pierced through the air. To Ning Qi at that time, the Void Worm with the cultivation of the rebirth state was already very powerful and terrifying, and the person who could kill it with a sword was even more terrifying. Later, Ning Qi saw Feng Yimou call a young man grandfather, and that young man also carried a long sword on his back. At that time, Ning Qi concluded that this person was the one who killed the Void Worm, the Feng family's rebirth state cultivator, Feng Jiuyu. Ning Qi knew that Feng Jiuyu must have appeared at that time because of the death of Feng Yingui and the other 2. In other words, Feng Jiuyu was actually there to kill him. However, Ning Qi never had any contact with Feng Jiuyu after that, and the death of Feng Yingui and the other 2 should have become a mystery. Yes, I am from Tai Li. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. He felt a little strange. At that time, Feng Jiuyu was an unreachable existence, but now, he could see through Feng Jiuyu's cultivation at a glance. Rebirth state full cycle. Putting aside the fact that Ning Qi was already in the sempiternal state, the moment Ning Qi reached the rebirth state, he no longer needed to care about cultivators of the same cultivation level. Senior, I am Feng Jiuyu, a disciple of the Feng family of Tai Li. Feng Jiuyu said. Oh, the family of the great emperor, I have heard of it. Ning Qi nodded. Little guy, what's the matter? Little guy? Feng Jiuyu was stunned for a moment, then he hurriedly said, Senior, can you lend me 100 million origin essence stones first? Damn it, the guy with the overlord teleportation formation is over there. Without waiting for Ning Qi to speak, a cultivator had already come out of the teleportation formation and walked towards Feng Jiuyu aggressively. Chapter 3786. Feng Jiuyu's eyes revealed a trace of fear as he hurriedly took a step behind Ning Qi. Many cultivators nearby saw this scene and their faces revealed a strange expression. They had seen people dine and dash, and they had also seen people go to brothels without paying, but they had never seen someone ride the teleportation array? How did he get away with it and come to the primordial land? An undead realm cultivator, along with several rebirth realm cultivators, surrounded Ning Qi and Feng Jiuyu. That undead realm cultivator stared at Feng Jiuyu with a death stare, his eyes revealing a trace of anger. I only believed you once because I saw that you were a disciple of the Feng clan, but in the end you deceived me like this? How can I have any face? Senior Chiu, I'm sorry. I had no other choice. Originally, I had enough origin essence stones to pay for the teleportation formation, but I didn't expect that I would be cheated by a fellow Taoist from Heavenly Connect City. I had no choice but to resort to this plan. Please give me some time, Senior Chiu. I will definitely gather 100 million origin essence stones and offer it to you. Feng Jiuyu hurriedly cupped his hands. Ning Qi's expression became strange. Is the guy who cheated you surnamed Zhao? How did Senior know? Could it be that Senior? Feng Jiuyu's eyes revealed a trace of vigilance as he hurriedly took 2 steps away from Ning Qi. He was somewhat bewildered. Could he be in cahoots with Zhao Chen? He's called Zhao Chen, right? Ning Qi smiled lightly. Yes, it's him. A trace of anger surged in Feng Jiuyu's eyes. This time, he had brought over 300 million origin stones to Sky Connect City. Originally, he could have easily entered the primordial lands and rushed to one of the divine sects, the Moon Elephant Sect, for the disciple recruitment ceremony that was held once every 100 years. In the end, Zhao Chen used the name of the Northern Dragon Merchant Group to cheat him of all the origin essence stones. In the end, the other party had the backing of an undead realm expert, so Feng Jiuyu couldn't do anything about it. Not long after, he was chased out because he had stayed in Heaven Connect City for more than a year. After earning 1,000,000 origin essence stones with great difficulty, he entered Heaven Connect City once again. This time, he didn't look for trouble with Zhao Chen. Instead, he tried his best to use his identity as a member of the Feng clan to gain the trust of this senior Qiu and freeload a teleportation array. According to his calculations, if he didn't come to the primordial land soon, he would miss the Moon Elephant Sect's disciple recruitment ceremony. For divine sects like this to recruit disciples, there were many who would head there to seek a master. However, only the Moon Elephant Sect's mountain gate was easier to enter. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait another 100 years. You don't have to be afraid. Zhao Chen is already dead. Ningqi laughed. Dead? Feng Jiuyu was delighted, but she immediately pulled a long face and looked at Senior Qiu with a bitter smile. Noticing that Ningqi was acquainted with Feng Jiu and Feng Jiu, as well as the fact that Ningqi was a sempiternal realm cultivator, the other party immediately clasped his fists toward Ningqi and said, I am Qiu Dongqing, the person in charge of maintaining and managing the teleportation formation in Sky Bridge City. Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce's Wu Yin. Ningqi smiled faintly. Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Qiu Dongqing's expression instantly changed. Then, he immediately revealed a warm smile and said to Feng Jiuyu, since you know Senior Wu, you should have said so earlier. With Senior Wu's identity, do you think he would lack your 100,000,000 origin essence stones? Feng Jiuyu was instantly stunned. He just wanted to try his luck and see if he could meet a fifth-step cultivator who had some friendship with his clan to pay 100,000,000 origin essence stones for him first. But now, Qiu Dongqing actually revealed a slightly flattering smile on his face? Rising Dragon Merchant Association? What kind of force was that? He had never heard of it before, but Feng Jiuyu knew that Qiu Dongqing was a cultivator from the primordial land. Even if he met an imperishable realm elder of his clan, he wouldn't show a flattering expression. 100,000,000 origin essence stones is indeed nothing. Ningqi smiled faintly, but his tone changed as he smiled at Feng Jiuyu. However, with your identity, it isn't difficult to gather 100,000,000 origin essence stones. Why are you in such a hurry to come to the primordial land? To be honest, I plan to head to the Moon Elephant Sect to learn. If I don't arrive at the primordial land now, I won't have enough time. Feng Jiuyu said. Moon Elephant Sect? For Feng Jiuyu to seek a master, it was highly likely to be a divine sect. Ningqi just happened to be planning to find a divine sect to rely on and wait for the trip to the Forbidden Burial Land 20 years later. Thinking of this, Ningqi smiled. What a coincidence. I'm also going to the Moon Elephant Sect. This time, I'll lend you 100,000,000 origin essence stones. Remember to return it to me in the future. Really? Feng Jiuyu was stunned for a moment before his face revealed a look of ecstasy. He thanked repeatedly, Thank you, Senior. After giving Qiu Dongqing 100,000,000 origin essence stones, Qiu Dongqing smiled at Feng Jiu and said, Consider yourself lucky this time. If it weren't for Senior Wu's face, even if you gave me 100,000,000 origin essence stones, I would still capture you and bring you back to Heaven Connect City for punishment. Feng Jiuyu smiled awkwardly and did not say anything. Qiu Dongqing exchanged a few more words with Ningqi, trying to establish a good relationship with him before leading the group away. Many of the cultivators in the vicinity looked at Ningqi in a different light as they tried to guess his identity. A few people who knew about the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce secretly transmitted their voices to them, and only then did they understand. Although Zhao Chen's death was only a rebirth realm cultivator, it represented a contest between the upper echelons. The Northern Dragon Merchant Hall was completely defeated, and the Rising Dragon Merchant Hall was naturally looked up to by the crowd. As the manager of the Rising Dragon Merchant Hall in Sky Connect City, Ning Qi's status was naturally high. In addition, he was also a sempiternal realm cultivator. Thus, even a wily old fox like Qiu Dongqing had to befriend him. "Senior Wu, I really have to thank you this time." Feng Jiu expressed his gratitude once again. "You're welcome. I remember that you have a granddaughter called Feng Moran, right?" Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Feng Jiu was stunned. He had a few granddaughters, but Ning Qi only mentioned the name of one of them. Didn't this mean that the other party knew his granddaughter? Feng Jiu's expression turned strange. "Senior, could it be that you and Moran? We've met once, I guess," Ning Qi said with a faint smile. "Oh, it was just a meeting." Feng Jiu suddenly felt a little disappointed. His granddaughter's cultivation was not high, and her aptitude was ordinary. Although she was in the ancient Star Pavilion, she had no chance of becoming the chief disciple in the future. If she could become Tao companions with a sempiternal realm cultivator, it would be equivalent to a fortune. "Let's go." Ning Qi smiled. Where to? Aren't you going to the Moon Elephant sect?" "I'm going the same way as you, so we'll naturally go together." Ning Qi raised his brows. "You're not willing?" Feng Jiu was startled and quickly said, "Junior is more than willing." Ning Qi couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw Feng Jiu's attitude. When he'd first met Feng Jiu, he'd only dared to sneak a peek at her. But now, Feng Jiu was acting like a junior in front of him. Such a feeling caused Ning Qi to feel extremely comfortable. Perhaps those geniuses whose cultivation was much stronger than others would often have such a feeling. This senior's personality is a little strange. Feng Jiu felt a little uneasy. Chapter 3787. Feng Jiu seemed to have made a lot of preparations and understanding regarding the primeval grounds. Ning Qi probed in a roundabout manner and with just a few words, with the attitude of a senior guiding a junior, he managed to understand many things regarding the primeval grounds. The immemorial Star Pavilion was very strong entirely, right? It was the #1 sect, but in the immemorial land, this kind of sect wasn't considered a big deal. Ordinary sects had at least 2 Emperor Realm cultivators. Whether they were rank 1 or rank 2, they were stronger than the immemorial Star Pavilion. Slightly stronger sects had 3 or 4 Emperor Realm cultivators. Above them were first-rate sects that had 7 or 8 Emperor Realm cultivators or even 5 or 6 Emperor Realm cultivators. The divine sects that everyone was talking about were sects that had more than 10 Emperor Realm experts and held the passage to the divine realm of fortune. The disciples that these god sects nurtured were extremely terrifying. Even the second-rate sects couldn't compare to them. There were often rebirth realm cultivators who were younger than 100 years old. Sigh, the god sects are terrifying. A rebirth realm cultivator at 100 years old. I've cultivated for tens of thousands of years and am considered talented in my family, but I'm still far from that. Feng Jiu suddenly sighed. Tens of thousands of years? He could be considered a genius. Ning Qi's expression was a bit awkward. Although the flow of time in Shenlua world was different from other places, the amount of time that Ning Qi had spent on cultivation had already exceeded 100,000 years. Just a simple seclusion in the training grounds would take him hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. In other words, Feng Jiu was even younger than him. However, if it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to climb step by step from the Qi refinement realm to his current level like Ning Qi had done. Those celestial emperors in the celestial world were bad examples. Because the rules of the celestial world were different, they lived for a long time, but their cultivation was only at the second step. The reason why Feng Jiu could become a rebirth realm cultivator in tens of thousands of years was because of his background. If he was thrown into the Qin Tang Empire with his talent, he could only become a Dou Emperor, which was equivalent to a rank Tenchi refinement realm cultivator. No matter how good his talent was, without the corresponding conditions and resources, just the cultivation technique alone was enough to stop countless cultivators. Thinking of this, Ning Qi smiled faintly. You don't have to be envious of those 100 years of reincarnation. A mere 100 years old is like a child. They don't even know how to live, so how can they know the true meaning of cultivation? Even if you encounter a 100-year reincarnation at the same level as you, I believe that you will be able to defeat him easily. He paused for a moment. The prerequisite is that your connate numinous treasure is on par with his. Senior actually thinks so highly of me. Feng Jiu was stunned for a moment, and she suddenly felt a little touched. In his opinion, compared to those 100-year reincarnations, he was like a country bumpkin entering the city and facing those rich and powerful people. Even if they were all humans, the difference was huge. I've met a few with foul mouths, so I killed them easily. Ning Qi laughed. Hiss! This kind of heaven's pride must have come from divine sect, yet they killed him just like that? Feng Jiu gasped and looked at Ning Qi with even more reverence. The Rising Dragon Merchant Guild must be a powerful force comparable to divine sect. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to kill divine sect disciples so easily, Feng Jiu thought to himself. A few months later, Ning Qi and Feng Jiu had already taken the teleportation array 38 times and passed by more than 40 cities. Along the way, they even saw a few fights between Emperor Realm experts, which caused them to take a detour. What made Feng Jiu the most excited was that they once encountered a conflict between sections. It was the kind of life and death fight where it was either your sect or mine. Countless second-step cultivators, third-step cultivators, and fourth-step cultivators fought together. Even fifth-step cultivators were not rare, and there were even a few Emperor Realm experts. This battle was so intense that it attracted countless people to watch from afar. In the end, it was Great Emperor Wu Jiang who appeared and resolved the grudge between the two sections. And that Great Emperor Wu Jiang was an elder of Moon Elephant sect, a rank 8 Great Emperor expert. It was impossible to see such a grand battle in Tai Li land. Feng Jiu's blood was boiling as he watched. Along the way, he kept repeating that he must join Moon Elephant sect. We're almost at Moon Elephant sect, right? Ning Qi casually mentioned it. Feng Jiu quickly nodded. After 3 more teleportation arrays, we will reach Moon Elephant sect's territory. Senior, don't worry, I will definitely pay for the teleportation array fees. This is just a small amount, there's no need to fuss over it. Ning Qi waved his hand. It was just a few million origin essence stones, he did not care about it. Feng Jiu, on the other hand, felt extremely fortunate. If he did not follow Ning Qi, it would take him some time to gather these millions of origin essence stones. By then, it would be troublesome if he could not make it to Moon Elephant sect's disciple recruitment ceremony. Yes. Feng Jiu quickly said. He did not dare to take advantage of Ning Qi. Fifth-step cultivators were fickle. If they suddenly remembered this matter one day, wouldn't it be a lifetime of trouble? Up to you. Ning Qi smiled. After another half a month, the two of them finally stepped into Moon Elephant sect's territory. Feng Jiu immediately took out a jade bamboo and scanned it with his divine sense, projecting a map. Senior, this direction. After finding the location of the Moon Elephant sect, Feng Jiu revealed a joyful expression. I spent 300,000 origin essence stones to buy this jade scroll in Heaven Connect City. Without it, it would be difficult to find the Moon Elephant sect given how vast its territory is. I remember that your Feng family also has an Emperor Realm expert. Why do you want to enter Moon Elephant sect? Ning Qi suddenly asked. Feng Jiuyu was stunned. Moon Elephant Sect is one of the 9 great divine sects of the ancient land. Not only are their cultivation techniques powerful, but their cultivation resources are also incomparable to my Feng family. I heard that those 100-year-old rebirth realm experts have all eaten rare treasures obtained from the divine realm of creation. Oh, you're talking about rare treasures like the Qilin's heart. They are extremely cheap in the divine realm of creation. As long as you have the chance, you can easily buy it. Ning Qi nodded. Qilin's heart? Feng Jiuyu's eyes were filled with desire. In the Shenluo world, even the emperor of the Feng family could not eat such treasures, let alone him. Only the Qilin clan could produce the Qilin's heart. However, the Qilin clan was extremely powerful. They only had a total of 100 clansmen, but they had dozens of Emperor Realm experts. They were not divine sects, but they were stronger than divine sects. Oh yes, is there a person called Feng Jiuxian in your Feng family? When they were about to reach Moon Elephant Sect, Ning Qi suddenly asked. Jiuxian? Feng Jiuyu's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Senior, you know my third brother? Your third brother is called Feng Jiuxian? Ning Qi's expression suddenly became strange. They seemed to be of the 9 generation. Chapter 3788. That's right. My eldest brother is Feng Jiutian, I'm Feng Jio, my third brother is Feng Jiuxian, and my fourth sister is Feng Jili. Unfortunately, my eldest brother died young. He was killed by an enemy before he reached the peak Dao querying realm. Feng Jio sighed as if Ning Qi had brought back some memories. What about your third brother? Is he still with the Feng family? Ning Qi asked. Third brother is dead too. Feng Jio shook his head. How did he die? Ning Qi asked casually. Feng Jio didn't want to talk about this, but Ning Qi was a sempiternal realm senior and had taken good care of him along the way. Not only did he pay for the teleportation formation, he even lent him 100 million origin stones. After hesitating for a while, Feng Jio whispered, Third brother was good friends with a prodigy from the ancient Star Pavilion, but that prodigy didn't get along with Jiang Tianshu of the Jiang family. Jiang Tianshu was extremely talented. Although he was younger than us, his cultivation speed was very fast. Later, that prodigy was suddenly killed by great Emperor Jiang. My third brother went to look for Jiang Tianshu, but he disappeared without a trace. Feng Jiuyo's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. How can a cultivator go missing? He's probably dead since he didn't come back for so long. But my bloodline doesn't have much say in the Feng family, so the family can't make things difficult for the Jiang family just because of this. The prodigy from the ancient Star Pavilion you mentioned, is it Ning Beixian? Ning Qi smiled. Yes, Senior has heard of his name? Oh, I'm stupid. The Jiang family is in such a big mess this time. With Senior's power, there's no way you wouldn't know. Feng Jiuyu said gloatingly, I wonder how Ning Beixian managed to reincarnate and cultivate again. His cultivation realm is countless times more terrifying than before. Even a third transformation great monarch like Great Monarch Jiang was suppressed into the myriad worlds reincarnation by him. No wonder fourth sister once told me that there is reincarnation in the heavenly Tao. The heavens will never forgive anyone. The Jiang clan has always been extremely domineering. Because of this, their foundation was always destroyed. Almost the entire clan was annihilated. Hearing this, Ning Qi already had a clear idea in his mind. Feng Jiuxian was probably killed by Jiang Tianshu, but somehow, she reincarnated into the central mainland and married Wang Muting, giving birth to Ning Qi. Coincidence? Or was there someone manipulating it in the dark? This relationship is really messy. According to common sense, I still have to call Feng Jiuyu second uncle? Ning Qi's expression was strange. Senior, we're here. Feng Jiuyu suddenly let out a low roar as he gazed at a nearby mountain range that was enveloped in pure white snow, and he revealed an overjoyed smile. Forget it. Let's go our separate ways. You call me senior, and I'll call you Nethery. Looking at Feng Jiuyu's current expression, Ning Qi made a decision in his heart. We're finally here. Counting the days, tomorrow should be the Moon Elephant Sect's disciple recruitment ceremony, right? I heard that they are only accepting 100 disciples this time. I must succeed in becoming their disciple and soar to the heavens. Father, Mother, once I become a disciple of Moon Elephant Sect, I'll definitely avenge you guys and annihilate the Great Desert Nine Owls. I was in such a hurry that I didn't miss it. Numerous figures sped over and let out sighs of admiration. When Feng Jiuyu saw this, her gaze was instantly filled with vigilance as she looked at them. These guys were his competitors. Their cultivation realms ranged from 3rd step to 4th step, and there were even a few rebirth realm cultivators among them. A single look and Feng Jiuyu could tell that they were filled with vigor that made her feel extremely threatened. Let's go. Ning Qi smiled at Feng Jiuyu and turned into a bolt of lightning, flying towards Moon Elephant Sect. When Feng Jiuyu saw that, she hurriedly followed. Halt, intruder. Suddenly, a rumbling sound of thunder came from the clouds in the skies. With a boom, 2 gigantic legs that resembled heavenly pillars appeared in front of everyone, blocking their path. Emperor Realm Aura. Ning Qi stopped in his tracks immediately and tugged Feng Jiuyu along the way. A few cultivators could not react in time and collided with those 2 legs. With a bang, they turned into a mist of blood and died on the spot. Someone let out a mocking smile. You didn't even know that Moon Elephant Sect has a divine general guarding the mountain, and you even dared to come forth to become our disciple. With that collision, your physical body is destroyed and your foundation is damaged. You won't have much of a future in the future. Why didn't you say it if you knew? Someone raged. Why should I say it? Every death counts. That person let out a weird laugh. Feng Jiuyu took a look at him. He looked to be in his 20s, but his aura was the same as his, at the Rebirth Realm Great Circle. Feng Jiuyu's eyes were filled with fear, but at the same time, he was grateful to Ning Qi. If Ning Qi had not pulled him back, he would have collided with those 2 legs. The clouds dispersed. Everyone finally saw what kind of existence was in front of them. It was wearing silver armor and was taller than a mountain. Its upper body was almost in the clouds, and it held 2 axes in its hands. Its face was like a diamond, and its eyes were angry. It stared coldly at everyone, as if anyone dared to take another step forward would be chopped to death by its axes. Sir Divine General, I'm here to learn from Moon Elephant Sect. The young man who mocked first cupped his fists and smiled at the giant in front of him. His tone was not respectful at all. You may enter. The Divine General nodded slowly. The young man glanced at everyone and let out a weird laugh before flying towards the mountain. The Divine General had no intention of stopping him. Seeing that, everyone followed suit and passed through smoothly. As expected of Moon Elephant Sect, the one guarding the mountain is actually a great emperor. Feng Jiuyu turned around and took a look with lingering fear. That's not a great emperor. Ning Qi shook his head indifferently. What? That aura. Even my great emperor Feng pales in comparison. Feng Jiuyu was shocked. That's a puppet with the battle strength of a great emperor. Otherwise, do you think that person would dare to be so presumptuous? He doesn't have any respect in front of a great emperor. Ning Qi smiled faintly. He had refined puppets before and was a spiritual treasure master. As long as he looked carefully at the existence that emitted the aura of a great emperor, he would notice that the eyes of the other party lacked a trace of intelligence. Although it had intelligence, it was like the Dubhe Divine Armament dragons and ink guards that Ning Qi had refined. It was not a living person at all. Feng Jiuyu was doubtful. But a figure in front of him turned around and smiled at Ning Qi. Senior has good eyesight. The one beside you is a little lacking. The person who spoke was the young man who mocked everyone earlier. Feng Jiuyu was not angry when he heard that. Instead, he was a little shocked. Could that giant really be a puppet? A great Emperor Realm puppet? As expected of Moon Elephant sect. Feng Jiuyu let out another sigh in his heart. Senior, I'm Di He from Firmament Territory. May I know how I should address you? The young man looked at Ning Qi and cupped his fists. Feng Jiuyu glared at him when he saw that. Senior doesn't know you. Don't try to get close to me. Chapter 3789. Di He glanced at Feng Jiuyu and seemed to have seen through his thoughts. His lips curled into a faint smile and he ignored him, only looking at Ning Qi. Tai Li Wu Yin. Ning Qi said calmly. Tai Li? Di He was slightly stunned. His eyes dimmed and he was no longer as enthusiastic as before. However, he still chatted with Ning Qi, as if trying to find out Ning Qi's purpose for coming to Moon Elephant sect. Those who are here to become my disciple, gather here. Unknowingly, everyone had arrived at a square. Not far away was the mountain gate of Moon Elephant sect. The mountain gate was extremely grand and had a heaven-devouring aura. Even an immortal realm cultivator like Ning Qi was dazzled by it. There should be a restriction set up by an Emperor realm cultivator. If they encountered a strong enemy, the mountain gate would be a checkpoint. Moon Elephant sect cultivators specially guarded the place and brought those who wanted to become his disciple into the sect. They were then placed in a huge mansion. You're also here to become my disciple? A Moon Elephant sect cultivator was stunned when he saw Ning Qi. Even with his rebirth realm cultivation, he could not see through Ning Qi's cultivation. This meant that Ning Qi was a fifth-step cultivator. You're not a cultivator from the primordial land, right? Before Ning Qi could speak, the other party had already smiled. Our Moon Elephant sect only looks at one's aptitude and potential, not cultivation level. If your aptitude is not enough, we won't accept you even if you're a fifth-step cultivator. Thanks for the reminder. Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile. Alright, everyone, please wait here. When the disciple recruitment ceremony starts tomorrow, I will bring you to our Moon Elephant sect's revolving Illumination Valley. Apart from that, don't wander around. If you're discovered, you'll be chased out immediately. The other party instructed before turning to leave. Senior, didn't you come to the Moon Elephant sect for some business? Feng Jiuyu looked at Ning Qi blankly. He had always thought that Ning Qi was going to the Moon Elephant sect to meet an elder of the sect. He did not expect Ning Qi to be brought here to wait for the disciple recruitment ceremony tomorrow. Who told you that I came to the Moon Elephant sect for business? Ning Qi smiled. Feng Jiuyu was rendered speechless. When he thought about it carefully, Ning Qi seemed to have never said something like that before. Brother Feng, there's no need to be surprised. Every time the divine sects of the primeval age open their doors to recruit disciples, there will be many seniors of the fifth step coming from all over the world. After all, no matter what, the true orthodoxy is only in the primeval age. Even some Emperor Realm experts will choose to cultivate in the primeval age because it's easier for them to break through their bottlenecks. Di He chuckled. Just like Senior Wu, if he could pass the test tomorrow and join the Moon Elephant sect, he would immediately become an inner sect disciple. However, he might not be able to become a true disciple. Impossible to inherit? Senior Wu is a sempiternal realm cultivator. How could he possibly fail to become a true disciple? Feng Jiuyu was instantly stunned. When many people heard this, they looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. However, there were also some cultivators who knew how the divine sect accepted disciples. Their eyes were filled with schadenfreude and a sense of superiority that was extremely similar to Zhao Chen's. Because of 2 points. Seeing that Ning Qi was also looking at him, Di He smiled faintly. Firstly, Senior Wu is not from the primeval age. Other sects don't have this rule, but a true disciple of the divine sect can only be a cultivator from the primeval age. It's impossible for him to be a true disciple. Secondly, Senior Wu is already an sempiternal realm cultivator and has started to temper his golden body. At this stage, his cultivation technique can't be easily changed, so naturally, he can't become a true disciple. There were about thousands of cultivators nearby, and there were dozens of them who were at the 5th step. When they heard this, their faces darkened slightly, but their fighting spirit was immediately ignited. So what if he couldn't become a true disciple? As a divine sect, even becoming an inner sect disciple would be of great help to them. The person in charge of teaching a true disciple is an Emperor Realm Senior? Ning Qi suddenly asked. Yes. He nodded with a hint of envy in his eyes. To be able to receive guidance from an Emperor Realm expert, one's cultivation will naturally improve by leaps and bounds. However, only true disciples have such good fortune. Ordinary disciples can only listen to an Emperor Realm expert lecture once every 100 years. 100 years is enough. Don't be greedy. In my place, even if you wait for 1,000 or 10,000 years, there won't be an Emperor Realm Tao lecture. Where are you from? Taisheng. I've been to that lousy place a few times. It's much weaker than Taichu. I heard that Taisheng only has 3 Emperor Realm cultivators? What do you mean? As they chatted, 2 cultivators suddenly looked at each other. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, the 2 of them turned their heads away. Obviously, they knew that if they fought now, they would only be expelled by Moon Elephant sect. Fellow Taoist, I'm also from Taisheng. May I know which sect you're from? Why haven't I seen you before? A cultivator in the great perfection of Undead Realm walked over to Ning Qi with a suspicious look. There are so many sects in Taisheng. Have you seen all the sempiternal realm cultivators? Ning Qi's face turned cold. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. As a boundless realm cultivator, I have a lot of friends in Taisheng. Naturally, I've seen ordinary sempiternal realm cultivators. The other party smiled. When someone heard that he was a boundless realm cultivator, he immediately came over and tried to get close to him. The Holy Assembly wouldn't randomly pick boundless realm cultivators. Those who could become boundless realm cultivators were all talented people. I might be an unusual sempiternal realm cultivator, so it's not surprising that you haven't seen me before, Ning Qi said plainly. Hearing that, the other party's expression changed slightly. Seeing Ning Qi's cold and unapproachable expression, he smiled and turned to chat with the other cultivators. However, he would occasionally glance at Ning Qi. Boundless realm cultivators look like dark cultivators to everyone. Senior, have you seen a dark cultivator before? There aren't any in the supreme ancient immortal realms, but I heard that the dark cultivators of the other 9 lands are extremely arrogant. They even created a parliament called the Dark Parliament, wanting to compete with the Holy Parliament. Those arrogant bastards don't even know how much they're worth. They actually dare to compete with the Holy Parliament? Any random divine sect would be able to destroy them 10 times over. He smiled. Feng Jiuyu sneered. The Dark Parliament isn't as weak as you say. How many boundless realm cultivators have been sent over these years? Have they really attacked the Dark Parliament? On the other hand, many boundless realm cultivators have died. Perhaps because he felt that he was also looking down on others, Feng Jiuyu was currently standing on the side of the dark cultivators. It's not the same. They hide. If they come out and fight openly, Moon Elephant Sect can destroy them. Oh, you don't believe in Moon Elephant Sect's strength? He glanced at Feng Jiuyu with a faint smile. When Feng Jiuyu heard that, he immediately shut his mouth. There are no dark cultivators in Immemorial Land? Then there are now. Ning Qi slowly closed his eyes and smiled. Some people meditated and adjusted their breathing, while others talked loudly. The day passed quickly. On the second day, even he had put away his arrogant and unruly smile. Obviously, He felt a little pressured by the upcoming entrance assessment. Chapter 3790. Let's go, follow me to the rotating illumination valley. The Moon Elephant Sect cultivator who led the way yesterday appeared in front of them, waved his hand and left. Seeing this, the crowd quickly followed. On the way, Feng Jiuyu noticed that there were not only thousands of people here, there were 4 to 5 other groups of cultivators led by other Moon Elephant Sect cultivators heading in the same direction. About 15,000 people. Do so many cultivators come to the Moon Elephant Sect every year? Feng Jiuyu's expression turned solemn. He suddenly felt a trace of apprehension. In Tyli land, his aptitude was already considered top-notch. No matter where he went, he would not be considered an ordinary rebirth realm cultivator. However, there were many geniuses in the immemorial land. These geniuses might be ordinary in the immemorial land, but outside of the immemorial land, their aptitude was comparable to the core disciples or even the top disciples of some sections. With these people as his competitors, Feng Jiuyu suddenly lost some confidence. If he failed, then he would have to spend a lot of money. 100 million origin stones was not a small amount even for a rebirth realm cultivator. You are Feng Jiuyu? Feng Xiantian is your father? The undead realm cultivator who tried to find out Ning Qi's identity suddenly approached the two and smiled. Eh? Senior knows my father? Feng Jiuyu was slightly startled. Your father and I have been friends for 10,000 years. The other party smiled reservedly. May I know how to address Senior? Feng Jiuyu cupped his hands. Lu Muqing. So Senior is the top disciple of the Black Wind Cave. Feng Jiuyu's eyes flickered. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. He had been in Tyli land for a long time, but had never met any cultivators from the 13 Cave. The main reason was that he was mostly active in the immemorial Star Pavilion. The Black Wind Cave was one of the 13 caves. It was said that the cave master was a bear demon, a second-rank Emperor realm expert. He did not expect that he would also accept a human cultivator like Lu Muqing. Lu Muqing nodded slightly and looked at Ning Qi, revealing his true purpose. May I know which sect brother is from? No sect, just a rogue cultivator. Ning Qi smiled. Lu Muqing's expression changed slightly. Seeing that Ning Qi was still avoiding his identity, he became more and more suspicious. However, he didn't have any evidence right now, so he couldn't use his identity as a boundless world cultivator. There are only a few hundred immortal realm cultivators in the entire Tyli, and I know every single one of them. This person's background is unknown, and I'm afraid he's a dark cultivator. Thinking of this, Lu Muqing smiled. To be able to cultivate to your level, you can be considered a genius of your generation. I'm just curious, why isn't your name circulating in Tyli? You have to remember one thing. Ning Qi's expression gradually became serious. I'm all ears. Lu Muqing nodded. I'm undying and you're undying. There's a huge gap between us. If I wanted to crush you, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. If you dare to probe my identity again, I'll send you to reincarnation. Ning Qi smiled. He and the others, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. This is a ruthless person, don't offend him for no reason. That Lu Muqing thinks that he's the chief disciple of the Tyli Black Wind Cave, and the superiority in his words is comparable to the primordial cultivators I've seen. Serves him right this time. Lu Muqing's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Ning Qi deeply before turning around and taking a few steps back. Clearly, he didn't want to talk to Ning Qi anymore. Ning Qi was also happy to be left alone. On the way, when the teams met, the rebirth state cultivators in the teams started to size each other up. There were also about 10 fifth-step cultivators in each team, and they also started to size each other up. Before they even reached the rotating illumination valley, the competitive atmosphere had already gradually appeared. After walking for about an hour, the road suddenly disappeared, and a valley filled with thick white fog appeared in front of them. The mountains around the valley seemed to have been carved out by knives and axes, and they were like a few giant swords that surrounded the valley. "We've reached the rotating illumination valley, all of you stand here. Whether you can join the sect or not will depend on your own qualifications." After saying that, the Moon Elephant Sect cultivator glanced at Ningqi and the others, then walked to the center of the valley and stood behind a middle-aged cultivator. A gust of wind suddenly blew past, blowing away much of the thick fog. At this moment, everyone realized that there were actually countless Moon Elephant Sect cultivators standing on the surrounding mountains, and they were looking down at everyone with a condescending gaze. "I'm the deputy sect leader of the Moon Elephant Sect, Shuejian. This time, the Moon Elephant Sect's disciple recruitment ceremony will be hosted by me." The middle-aged cultivator glanced at everyone indifferently, including Ningqi and the other fifth-step cultivators. They felt as if someone had used the tip of a sword to lightly scratch their skin, and many of them had goosebumps and could not help but shiver. First, cultivators who are not from the primordial era step forward, Shuejian said indifferently. Everyone looked at each other, then slowly left the line and stood at the front. There seemed to be about a few hundred people, and compared to the line of more than 10,000 people, a few hundred people was only a small proportion. However, the cultivation of these few hundred people was top-notch. Other than a few dozen fifth-step cultivators who were still standing in the line, there were more than 40 fifth-step cultivators who came from all over the Shunluo divine net. Ningqi glanced at them and suddenly understood. After all, there were only a few cultivators who could come to the primordial land. The teleportation array cost 100 million origin essence stones, and ordinary rebirth realm cultivators could not easily afford it. On the contrary, cultivators from the primordial land rarely left the primordial land to go to the various places in the Shunluo divine net because they also had to spend 100 million origin essence stones. However, how could the various places in the Shunluo divine net compare to the primordial land? If there was no special matter, no one would do such a loss-making transaction. You guys are not from the primordial land, so if you want to become a disciple, the test will be different from theirs. Shuejian looked at Ningqi and the others, his gaze lingering on Ningqi for half a breath. There were more than 40 fifth-step cultivators, and there were only a few sempiternal realm cultivators. Sect leader Shui, please feel free to take the test. And sempiternal realm cultivator cupped his hands and said, "I'm the deputy sect master. If you don't even know how to address me, there's no need for you to stay in our Moon Elephant Sect." Shuejian didn't care whether this person was flattering him or not, and his tone was very cold. Some people sneered in their hearts. After reaching the Emperor realm, who would care about a title? Deputy was deputy. The real sect master of the Moon Elephant Sect must be an expert at the 7th Revolution Emperor realm or above. "Yes, Deputy Sect Master Shui, I was rash." The sempiternal realm cultivator was a little embarrassed. "I will arrange for Moon Elephant Sect cultivators who are one realm higher than you. As long as you can withstand 10 moves from them, you will pass the first test. The next test will be the same as the others, fair and just. If you are not willing, you can leave now. After all, swords have no eyes." Shuejian said indifferently. Chapter 3791. Arranging for a Moon Elephant Sect cultivator with a higher cultivation realm to withstand 10 moves from them? Many cultivators from all over Shunluo Sect revealed a look of disdain. Which cultivator that could enter God's sect in immemorial era would be simple? It was just a difference in cultivation realm. It wasn't a difference between realms. Shuejian's claim of withstanding 10 moves was a humiliation in most people's eyes. However, there were people who revealed a solemn expression, including Feng Jiuyou. Senior, God's sect has never lacked spiritual treasures. Moreover, our cultivation techniques and spells are stronger than the cultivators from other places. You have to be careful later. Feng Jiuyou reminded. It was obvious that he had done his homework. However, the yuan spirit limit of an immortal realm cultivator was 30,000 points. Ning Qi now had a yuan spirit of over 20,000 points, which was much stronger than those of the same cultivation realm. Even in Moon Elephant sect, it was impossible for everyone to reach the yuan spirit limit. In addition to the 9 inner hidden gates and other trump cards, if Moon Elephant sect sent an imperishable realm cultivator to deal with him, he might have to be wary. However, if it was just an immortal realm cultivator, it was impossible for them to be Ning Qi's opponent. Be careful. If you fail, you won't even have origin essence stones to return to Tai Li, Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Feng Jiuyou was slightly startled. His eyes immediately revealed a determined look. It was obvious that he was prepared to fight with all his might. Next, Ning Qi and the others drew lots to decide the order of appearance. Moon Elephant sect didn't seem to be afraid of wasting time and planned to let Ning Qi and the others go up one by one. The first to go up was a cultivator from Taishang. That place was poor in resources and couldn't even compare to Tai Chu and Tai Li. There were only 3 Emperor Realm experts in such a huge place. This Taishang cultivator's cultivation wasn't particularly high. He was only at Rebirth Realm middle stage. Hence, Moon Elephant sect sent a Rebirth Realm late stage cultivator. I'm going to attack. Be careful. The Moon Elephant sect cultivator smiled faintly. When the Taishang cultivator heard this, his expression became much more solemn. In the next moment, the Moon Elephant sect cultivator struck out with his palm. The spiritual qi in the surroundings changed and turned into a gigantic palm print that attacked the Taishang cultivator. With a bang, the Taishang cultivator was unable to block a single attack and was sent flying. He landed heavily on the ground and fainted. Instant kill. Instant kill. Although the Moon Elephant sect had sent out a late-stage rebirth state cultivator, the difference of a small realm did not bring about much of a difference in strength. However, the Moon Elephant sect cultivator still managed to instantly kill the Taishang cultivator, who was fully focused and prepared to receive the attack. The cultivators who originally did not take this test to heart all had solemn looks in their eyes. This person's essence soul cultivation should be more than 8,000 points. He is not far from the 10,000 points of the peak of the rebirth state. He should not be an ordinary cultivator in the Moon Elephant sect, but he is definitely not the best. Ning Qi pondered. Many of the 5th step cultivators noticed that as well, and their expressions turned grim. If the people sent by Moon Form sect were all of this standard, they might not be able to last more than 10 moves. The first round of the test only lasted for a few breaths of time before it ended. 2 hours later, 99% of the hundreds of people had been eliminated. Only a few people had passed the test. However, after receiving 10 moves, those people's complexions were pale and they were sweating profusely. Obviously, they had suffered serious internal injuries. Next, Lu Muqing. Xue Jian said faintly. Lu Muqing walked into the field with a smile. He was in the early stage undead state, while the Moon Elephant sect had sent a mid-stage undead state expert. The other party seemed to know that Lu Muqing was a boundless border cultivator, so he did not show any contempt and used his full strength. If not for the restrictive spells that Xue Jian had set up, many of the rebirth state cultivators present would have been killed by the aftermath. Boom boom boom. After a dozen breaths, Lu Muqing had already received 10 moves from the other party. However, he did not stop and continued to use his spells to fight with the other party. The undead state cultivator from the Moon Elephant sect was not convinced and did not stop either. Both parties exchanged 70 or 80 moves before Xue Jian finally spoke and the two separated. Thank you for letting me win. I am the true disciple of the Moon Elephant sect, Zhang Wenhua. The undead state cultivator from the Moon Elephant sect cupped his hands and said, Taishang Black Wind Cave, Lu Muqing. Lu Muqing also cupped his hands and returned the greeting. I'm afraid I will have to call you junior brother in the future. Zhang Wenhua smiled and turned to leave. Many people were envious. With Zhang Wenhua's words, it meant that he was very optimistic about Lu Muqing. The probability of Lu Muqing becoming a cultivator of the Moon Elephant sect was more than 90%. Lu Muqing turned around and returned to the group with a smug look. She even glanced at Ning Qi and reminded him in a seemingly kind manner, Brother Wu, don't be fooled by your cultivation level. The cultivators of Moon Form sect are all geniuses with unparalleled battle prowess among those of the same cultivation level. You have to survive 10 moves, don't embarrass me. He praised the Moon Elephant sect while stepping on Ning Qi's foot. Many of the Moon Elephant sect's disciples looked at Lu Muqing with a much gentler look and a hint of praise. Next, Feng Jiuyu. Shui Jian said faintly. Feng Jiuyu took a deep breath. He was in the rebirth state, but the Moon Elephant sect did not send an undead state cultivator to fight him. Instead, they sent a rebirth state cultivator. Fortunately, I knew about this and did not come before I reached the rebirth state. I don't believe that I can't withstand 10 moves. Feng Jiuyu said in his heart. The battle soon began. After 10 moves, Feng Jiuyu was sent flying by the cultivator of the Moon Elephant sect. Although he lost, he managed to withstand 10 moves, which was equivalent to passing the first test. Feng Jiuyu returned to the team happily. He was already thinking about how to deal with the next test. Only when Shui Jian called out Ning Qi's name did he return to his senses and looked at the battlefield. I heard that no one in your Tai Li has advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm for many years. No wonder even a middle immortal state cultivator like you came to our primordial land to learn. The cultivator that the Moon Elephant sect sent out was a late immortal state cultivator. Judging from his appearance and attire, he wasn't a disciple but an elder. However, his primordial spirit was only around 15,000 points, which was much weaker than Ning Qi. Although his physical body had been tempered, it was like comparing tofu to diamond. There was no comparison at all. However, his words were filled with mockery. It's not that easy to enter the God sect. Today, I'll let you know what it means to be a cultivator of the God sect. As he finished speaking, his aura surged. Just as the crowd set up their stools and were ready to watch an intense battle, Ning Qi's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already throwing a punch at the Moon Elephant sect Undying cultivator. He's attacking first? Lu Muqing was slightly startled. Child's play. The Moon Elephant sect Undying cultivator smirked in disdain. In the next moment, he was punched in the chest by Ning Qi and rolled away, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Thanks for letting me win. Ning Qi clasped his hands and returned to the team. The atmosphere of the rotating illumination valley instantly became quiet. Chapter 3792. Elder Shui is at late stage sempiternal realm and has even cultivated the moon form physique. How could he be defeated by this Tai Li sect cultivator with a single punch? Could it be that Elder Shui is acquainted with him and purposely went easy on him? That's impossible. The vice sect leader is here. How would Elder Shui dare to abuse his power? This Tai Li sect cultivator is not simple. To be able to defeat an expert that is a minor realm higher than him so easily, could his battle prowess be comparable to a sempiternal realm perfected realm cultivator? The surrounding Moon Elephant sect cultivators were shocked. Their arrogance from before was nowhere to be found as they looked at Ning Qi with deep fear and shock. He's actually this powerful? Lu Muqing gasped and the suspicion in his eyes intensified. If there was such a prodigy in Tai Li sect, how could he be unknown? Wu Yin was obviously a fake name. He felt that Ningqi was most likely a dark cultivator. However, he did not have any evidence and could not attack a sempiternal realm cultivator. Even if he reported this matter to the higher-ups, based on his understanding of the higher-ups, there would not be many people who would support him. So powerful, His eyes flashed with amazement. Senior's means are actually this terrifying. No wonder even Senior Chiu Dongqing of Heaven Connect City is so respectful towards him. The Rising Dragon Merchant Guild is unfathomable. Feng Jirio was surprised and overjoyed. The cultivators who were in the same group as Ningqi looked at him with deep respect. However, at the same time, they felt honored because Ningqi was not a primordial cultivator. Just like them, he came from somewhere else in the Shenluo world. Impossible! Elder Shui stood up unsteadily, still feeling dizzy. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had actually been defeated by his opponent? He did not believe it. Therefore, he returned to the field and yelled at Ningqi, "I was careless and fell into your trap. The test doesn't count. Let's do it again." Is he going back on his words? He's already taken the test and he's saying that it doesn't count. Is Moon Form Sect trying to destroy their own reputation? The expressions of the cultivators who came to be apprenticed became increasingly strange. At the same time, Shuejian's gaze fell on Ningqi. His gaze flickered slightly, and then he said, "Shui Qingguang, don't mess around. Grand Vice Sect Leader, I didn't have the time to use my spell just now, and that's why his scheme succeeded. I request to retake the test. This time, he definitely won't be able to withstand 10 moves from me." A trace of stubbornness appeared in Shui Qingguang's eyes. He had been defeated by a foreign cultivator in front of countless disciples of the sect. Furthermore, the other party's cultivation was a minor realm lower than his. If news of this were to spread, not only would he lose all face in the Moon Elephant sect, even his fellow Taoists from the other divine sects would mock him. Shui Qingguang absolutely could not tolerate his reputation becoming like this. Rules are rules. As an elder of Moon Elephant sect, are you going to break the rules yourself? Shuejian said indifferently. Yes, I understand. Shui Qingguang nodded unwillingly. Right at this moment, Ningqi returned and he smiled at Shuejian. Vice Sect Master, since Elder Shui is unwilling, then I think it'll be beneficial for him to recognize his own strength once more. Hiss, everyone gasped. There was such a thing? Shui Qingguang paused in his footsteps and looked at Shuejian immediately. Do you know that if you lose, you'll no longer be able to join our Moon Elephant sect? Shuejian smiled indifferently. Of course I know. Ningqi smiled. Then why do you want to retake the test? Shuejian asked indifferently. Because I won't lose. Ningqi chuckled and looked at Shui Qingguang. At this moment, even a blind man could see the confidence on Ningqi. Arrogant! Shui Qingguang gritted his teeth. All right, I'll allow you to retake the test. Shuejian nodded indifferently. The moment he said that, Shui Qingguang's back suddenly soared, and a phantom image of a giant elephant appeared. This elephant was like an ancient beast, and the moment it appeared, it brought with it a mysterious and ancient aura, causing everyone to feel immense pressure. Apart from that, there was a full moon behind the phantom image. The appearance of the phantom image caused Shui Qingguang's aura to increase exponentially. That's the Moon Elephant body. Those who knew their stuff recognized Shui Qingguang's skill at a glance. In the Moon Elephant sect, the Moon Elephant body was the most famous and core cultivation technique. Only those who had reached the 5th step and above were qualified to come into contact with this cultivation technique. If one could master it, it would bring about a huge increase in strength. Take Shui Qingguang for example. His aura was rising continuously, and it was already comparable to sempiternal Great Perfection realm. An increase of a small realm. To most cultivators, this was already an extremely incredible and powerful skill. Feng Jiuyou and the rest were shocked at first, but they were soon overjoyed. They were overjoyed that they could see the famous divine skill today. If they could successfully join the Moon Elephant sect, they would also have the chance to learn such a skill. There were many stages to the Moon Elephant body. Xue Qingguang's current Moon Elephant body was clearly just mastered. It was said that when the Moon Elephant body was mastered to the Great Perfection realm, there would be 10,000 moon elephants galloping in the sky with a terrifying aura. Earlier on, you ambushed me when I was unprepared. Now, I'll let you know what a true divine sect cultivator is. A hint of pride appeared on Xue Qingguang's face. In the next moment, he saw Ning Qi vanishing from the spot and charging straight at him. A hint of mockery flashed across his eyes. The moon elephant behind him roared and continuously infused energy into Xue Qingguang's body. Then, he also threw a punch at Ning Qi. The power of this punch was comparable to a sempiternal Great Perfection realm cultivator. The moon elephant behind him roared. Accompanied by the light of the full moon, Xue Qingguang looked extremely sacred and dignified at this moment, as if a god had descended to the mortal world. However, in the next second, the phantom of a dragon head suddenly appeared behind Ning Qi. The dragon head was solemn and dignified, and it was more than 10 times larger than the moon elephant behind Xue Qingguang. The difference between the two was like the difference between an ant and a giant. He switched from fist to palm. With a loud bang, the phantom of the moon elephant behind Xue Qingguang collapsed immediately. Xue Qingguang was once again sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a mountain. The phantom of the dragon head disappeared. Ning Qi smiled and returned to the group. This time, the Moon Elephant sect cultivators looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. There was only shock in their eyes. This was because Ning Qi had defeated a cultivator who was comparable to a sempiternal Great Perfection realm cultivator with his sempiternal middle stage cultivation. Furthermore, this cultivator was from a divine sect and had extraordinary means. A few breaths later, Xue Jian suddenly burst into laughter. Good, I didn't expect a genius like you to appear in Tyli land. Vice sect master, walking out of the mountain in a sorry state, Xue Qingguang looked at Xue Jian with a pale face. Xue Jian ignored him and directly said to Ning Qi, "You've already passed the test. There's no need for the rest of the test. If you're willing, you can become an inner disciple of Moon Elephant sect now." "Thank you, Vice sect master." Ning Qi cupped his fists and smiled. Chapter 3793. That's it. Feng Jiuyou was dumbfounded. Many people's eyes were filled with envy. Xue Jian had personally called out his name. Compared to them who had to go through the test and join the Moon Elephant sect, his status would definitely be different. However, envy was envy. They also knew why Ning Qi had caught Xue Jian's attention. He had merely defeated an elder of the Moon Elephant sect. This was something that none of the fifth step cultivators present could do. If it was them, being able to block 10 moves from someone 2 small realms higher than them was already not easy. Lu Muqing's gaze fell on Ning Qi's face, and there was a flash of imperceptible envy in his eyes. He thought that there were few people at the same level as him in the Tyli land, and he wasn't afraid even when facing the chief disciples of the ancient Star Pavilion. However, he had to admit that even if he reached the sempiternal realm, he probably wouldn't be Ning Qi's match. In the following assessment, many more people were eliminated. In the end, there were only over 30 people left from the cultivators from all over the Divine Luo sect. The eliminated cultivators had already left the revolving Illumination Valley with the cultivators from the Moon Elephant sect. When the cultivators from the primordial lands saw this, their faces immediately turned solemn. The next assessment would be their turn. Ning Qi had already obtained a spot as a disciple of the Moon Elephant sect, so he didn't need to participate in the next test. However, it was obvious that Shuejian would only make arrangements after everyone had finished the test. All of you, take a few steps forward, Shuejian said lightly. Hearing this, everyone took a few steps forward. The next moment, a ray of moonlight fell from the sky and shrouded the more than 10,000 cultivators who wanted to join the Moon Elephant sect. A few moments later, Ningqi saw these cultivators all emit red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple light. Among them, Di He's was cyan, Lu Muqing's was cyan, and Feng Jiu's was green. However, he wasn't dispirited. Instead, his face was filled with joy. Ningqi noticed that most of the cultivators emitted orange and yellow light. A few were red, but there were even fewer green, cyan, blue, and purple light. There was only one purple person and 3 blue people. Red, orange, and yellow means that your talent isn't high enough. You can leave now, Shuejian said lightly. Many people sighed and turned to leave with the cultivators of the Moon Elephant sect. This test had directly eliminated more than 10,000 people, leaving only a few thousand people standing in the rotating Illumination Valley. How old are you this year? Shuejian's gaze landed on the girl with a faint smile. Reporting to Vice Sect Master, this junior is 180 years old this year. The woman quickly cupped her hands and said, 180 years old rebirth state. Not bad. You don't have to take the next test. Shuejian nodded. Hearing this, the woman's eyes flashed with a trace of joy. After thanking him, she walked to Ningqi's side and stood still. 180 years old rebirth state? Feng Jiu felt a pain in the ass. His heart was filled with envy and jealousy. At the same time, there was also a hint of heaviness. There were many geniuses in the primordial lands, and in fact, there were many who had reached the rebirth realm before the age of 100. As such, the competition between cultivators became even more intense. Joining the Moon Elephant sect was just the first step. In the future, whether or not they could gain the favor of the upper echelons and obtain more cultivation resources was what determined the future of a cultivator. What about you? How long have you been cultivating? Shuejian looked at the 3 cultivators who were emitting blue light. Only one of them was at the rebirth realm, and the other 2 were at the 5th step. One of them was not even a native of the primordial land. Reporting to Vice Sect Leader, I have been cultivating for 1,300 years. The rebirth realm cultivator, emitting blue light, said respectfully. Reporting to Vice Sect Leader, I have been cultivating for 8,600 years. Reporting to Vice Sect Leader, I have been cultivating for 9,300 years. The other 2 undead realm cultivators replied. Alright, less than 10,000 years to reach the 5th step. All of you have a bright future. You don't have to take the next test. Shuejian nodded lightly. Seeing this, the 3 of them revealed a trace of joy and walked to Ningqi's side. Seeing this, Lu Muqing felt even more upset. Ningqi was allowed to become a disciple of the Moon Elephant sect in the first round of the test. Following that, 4 more people received Shuejian's favor and did not have to take the next test. Yet, he still had to stand among the crowd and take the next test. Once upon a time, when he was in the Black Wind Cave of the Tyli land, even the cave master of the Black Wind Cave would look at him with approval. This meant that he was indeed talented. However, in the primordial lands, he seemed to have become mediocre. Lu Muqing's heart wavered. Was it a good choice to come to the primordial lands? Just as Lu Muqing was thinking about life, Shuejian suddenly looked at Ningqi and smiled. Are you interested in testing your talent? Ningqi smiled and walked into the moonlight. Subsequently, his body emitted a green light. Although his talent had reached the requirements of the test, such talent was completely unmatched with his strength. When the surrounding Moon Elephant sect cultivators saw this, a trace of shock flashed in their eyes. Meanwhile, Shueqingguang, who had been defeated by Ningqi twice in a row, had an even uglier expression. So, I usually tell you that sometimes talent isn't everything. Shuejian smiled faintly. He did not change his attitude because Ning Qi was also emitting a green light. Instead, he looked at Ning Qi with an additional hint of admiration. When everyone heard this, regardless of whether they were disciples or Moon Elephant sect cultivators, they all fell into deep thought. So his talent isn't as good as mine? When Lu Muqing saw this, the confidence that was almost shattered in her heart was restored to its peak. She revealed a faint smile as she sized Ning Qi up intentionally. Senior, your talent is the same as mine, but you're able to defeat cultivators from Moon Elephant sect. Doesn't that mean that as long as I cultivate hard, I'll have the same opportunity in the future? The fighting spirit in Feng Jiuyu's eyes was even stronger than before. The test continued for 3 days. Eventually, Shuejian only managed to retain the top 100 with the best results, while the rest left the rotating Illumination Valley unwillingly. Feng Jiuyu was extremely excited as he clenched his fists tightly. He had finally become a disciple of Moon Elephant sect. Be it the outer sect or the inner sect, this was the most important opportunity in his life. If he could grasp this opportunity well, it might not be impossible for him to soar 90,000 miles in the future. Those below the 5th step will start from the outer sect. Those at the 5th step can become inner sect disciples. Shuejian smiled faintly before instructing the Moon Elephant sect cultivators behind him to bring Ning Qi and the rest to their respective cultivation places to report. He then soared into the skies and disappeared before everyone's eyes in the blink of an eye. It's a pity that you weren't taken in as a personal disciple by the Vice Sect Master despite your talent. Lu Muqing looked at Ning Qi and smiled. Didn't you already know that? We're not from the primordial land and you want to be a personal disciple of an emperor realm? You must be dreaming. Ning Qi sneered. If he were to become a personal disciple of an emperor realm, his movements would inevitably be restricted. If he were to become an inner sect disciple, his status would be neither too low nor too high, and it was perfect for Ning Qi. When Lu Muqing heard that, his expression changed and he turned around bitterly. Chapter 3794. Lu Muqing was the same as Ning Qi. Because they were both 5th step cultivators, they became inner disciples the moment they entered the sect. Under the guidance of a Moon Elephant sect cultivator, they arrived at the inner sect. Each of them had a cave and a few servant disciples. As for Feng Jiuyu, he entered the outer sect and went to another place. The Moon Form sect had a strict hierarchy where outer sect disciples were not allowed to enter the inner sect casually. As for inner sect disciples, they were naturally not allowed to enter the territory of legacy disciples casually as well. This was something that the Moon Form sect cultivator who led the way had specially reminded him about. If they violated the rules, they would be punished by the Moon Elephant sect's law enforcement peak. There were more than a dozen caves in the mountain range Ning Qi was at. There was a herb garden behind each cave that could be used to grow spirit herbs. In addition, there seemed to be a special spirit gathering formation placed here. The spiritual energy was more than 10 times stronger than the outside world. Cultivating here was at least 20 to 30 times faster than cultivating in the Tyli land. Even the cave of the chief head disciple in the ancient star pavilion couldn't compare to this. No wonder countless cultivators wanted to enter the god sect. Just the cave of an inner disciple was already better than the chief head disciple in the outside world. If one could become a core disciple, they would receive even more terrifying cultivation resources and conditions. To be able to train a 100-year-old rebirth state cultivator is indeed a bit interesting. However, where should I start to find the whereabouts of Ant Sword, Hao Tian and the others? Standing at the entrance of the cave, Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. There were 3 servant disciples behind him, 2 men and 1 woman. Their cultivation levels were very low, only at the 2nd step, not even the 3rd step. Senior Brother Wu, if you want to see the Moon Elephant Sect's cultivation method, you can use the inner sect token to go to the inheritance hall not far away. A male servant said in a low voice. The other one didn't want to be outdone. Senior Brother Wu, inner disciples can receive 100 rank 4 pills every month. The type is random, and you can go to the elixir hall to collect them. The female servant opened her mouth, but in the end, she helplessly looked at the other two. She had already said what she needed to say. What else could she say? Okay, I understand. How should I address you? Ningqi nodded and looked at the three of them. The three of them were slightly terrified when they saw Ningqi being so courteous, and they hurriedly introduced themselves. One of them was called Chunzhong, while the other was called Mingxiong, and they were both brought here from other minor worlds by the Moon Elephant Sect. A war had erupted in the minor worlds they resided in. So many of them were brought back by the various large sects of the primeval times to be used as servants. However, those with better potential would be groomed to become outer sect disciples or inner sect disciples. Chunzhong and Mingxiong had average potential. If no one groomed them, the early stage of the Tao querying realm might be their limit. Senior Brother Wu, I'm from Earth and have been in the Moon Elephant Sect for many years. The female servant Zhao Lei smiled bitterly. Earth? What kind of small world is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Ningqi said calmly. When Chunzhong saw that Ningqi seemed to be very easy to talk to, the fear in his heart lessened a little. He laughed in a low voice and said, reporting to Senior Brother Wu, this Earth might be a planet in some inconspicuous small world. It's just that Zhao Lei herself doesn't know how she came to the primordial lands, and no one knows which small world she came from. Oh, Ningqi nodded with deep meaning. Zhao Lei didn't know that Senior Brother Wu, who was standing in front of her, also knew Earth like the back of his hand. After a few tests, Ningqi was sure that Zhao Lei came to the primordial lands before he transmigrated to the central mainland. It was just that Zhao Lei's potential was really bad. After so many years, her cultivation was only equivalent to the golden immortal realm. Junior Sister Zhao, how do you feel about the primordial lands compared to your hometown? Ningqi smiled and said. Zhao Lei was stunned for a moment. She lowered her head and said, in my hometown, if an ordinary person can live for more than 100 years, it's already a blessing. But the primordial lands allowed me to step on the path of cultivation. Although my cultivation isn't high, I can live longer. I'm already very satisfied. It's just that I miss my hometown. Zhao Lei, why are you saying this to Senior Brother Wu? Chunzhong hurriedly gave her a look. Zhao Lei seemed to have reacted and hurriedly apologized. Ningqi smiled and waved his hand. It's normal to miss one's hometown. There's no need to apologize. Even I can't help it sometimes. I heard that Senior Brother Wu came from Tyli. Tyli is a good place. Although it can't compare to the primordial lands, it's still famous in the Tenland. Chunzhong quickly said. Mingxiong also said, I heard that there's a sect in Tyli called the Primordial Star Pavilion. It was once very powerful. One of the pavilion masters had even cultivated to the peak of the 9th rank of the Emperor realm. He was only half a step away from the legendary 7th step. Ningqi smiled. But in the end, he still died. Mingxiong was startled. He thought that he had flattered Ningqi too much and revealed an embarrassed expression. Zhao Lei, stay here and show me around the Moon Elephant Sect. The two of you can go cultivate. Ningqi smiled. Chunzhong and Mingxiong were startled, but they nodded and left. They were extremely envious of Zhao Lei. To be able to stay with a 5th step cultivator like Ningqi and get some benefits, her cultivation wouldn't be able to improve by leaps and bounds. Senior Brother Wu is also very handsome. Although I don't know how old he is, if it doesn't seem bad. Seeing that Ningqi was the only one left, Zhao Lei couldn't help blushing. Let's go. Ningqi smiled. Ah, where to? Zhao Lei regained her senses and said in a daze. Let's go to the cultivation hall first, then the elixir hall. Ningqi said. I'll lead the way. Senior Brother Wu, this way please. Zhao Lei quickly nodded. On the way, Ningqi happened to meet Lu Muqing, who was also planning to go to the cultivation hall. There were 3 servants behind him, and they were all women. They were trembling and there was still a trace of fear in their eyes. It was obvious that they had been humiliated by Lu Muqing. Senior Brother Wu, you only brought 1 servant with you? Lu Muqing glanced at Zhao Lei and looked at Ningqi with a smile that wasn't a smile. I personally don't like you. Although we both come from Tyli, if there's nothing important, it's best not to talk to me. Understand? Ningqi said lightly. A trace of shock flashed in Zhao Lei's eyes. She knew that Ningqi's temper was not as gentle as she imagined. He actually warned another inner sect disciple? Lu Muqing was stunned for a moment, and anger suddenly surged in his heart. What do you mean? There were 3 servants behind him. He had just reprimanded the 3 of them, and now he was being reprimanded by Ningqi. Wouldn't he lose face? Is my meaning not clear enough? Lu Muqing, you're just at the early stage of the undead realm. You have to be respectful when you see me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll accidentally crush you to death. After all, you're too weak. Ningqi said lightly. Chapter 3795. I'm too weak? Lu Muqing was instantly stunned. Then, he recalled the scene of Ningqi defeating Xueqingguang, and his expression became even more unsightly. However, Lu Muqing quickly adjusted his state of mind and said with a faint smile, Indeed, my current cultivation can't be compared to yours. However, I have cyan aptitude, and your only green aptitude that barely meets the entry requirement. Senior Brother Wu only has green aptitude? Zhao Lei was stunned and couldn't believe it. She was a cultivator at the 5th step, but her aptitude was only evaluated as green? Logically speaking, it was already very rare for a green aptitude cultivator to reach the rebirth realm. She had seen many green aptitude cultivators over the years, but they did not even reach the karma realm. They were stuck at the Tao querying great perfection realm. Brother Wu can reach the immortal realm with his green aptitude. Then, with my orange aptitude, I should have the chance to reach the 3rd step or even the 4th step. Maybe at that time, I can become an outer sect disciple and no longer have to be a servant for others. Thinking up to this point, Zhao Lei's heart inexplicably became a little more confident, and her mood suddenly became sunny. Ningqi looked at Lu Muqing and saw the pride in her eyes. He then shook his head. I didn't expect a 5th step cultivator to be so stupid. If talent was everything, how could my cultivation be stronger than yours? How can I jump levels and defeat Elder Xueqingguang? With your attitude, you'll be stuck at the Undying Realm for the rest of your life, unable to even reach the Undying Realm. After saying that, Ningqi ignored Lu Muqing's ugly expression. With a thought, he and Zhao Lei turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of Lu Muqing. Arrogant! Looking down on everyone! Just you wait, as long as I find evidence that you are a dark cultivator, I will make you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Lu Muqing stared in the direction of Ningqi's departure, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. Originally, the 2 of them had nothing to do with each other, but because of the slight imbalance in his heart, he finally treated Ningqi as the enemy who killed his father. When the 3 servant disciples behind Lu Muqing saw his resentful look, they quickly lowered their heads. Lu Muqing coldly glanced at them. Why are you in a daze? Aren't you going to bring me to the pellet hall? Senior Brother Lu, aren't we going to the cultivation inheritance hall? A servant disciple said timidly. I'm going to the pellet hall now. Do you have any objections? Lu Muqing sneered. What kind of joke was this? Ningqi clearly wanted to go to the technique inheritance hall. If he went there now, wouldn't he just be asking for trouble? I wouldn't dare. The servant disciple quickly shook his head. Senior Brother Wu, this is our inner sex training hall. Zhao Lei brought Ning Qi to an extremely imposing building. At this moment, there were many inner court disciples entering and exiting, and a wisp of surprise flashed in their eyes when they saw Ning Qi. Is that a new inner disciple? His cultivation level is unfathomable. Even I can't see through him. He's probably a fifth-step cultivator. Nonsense. Other than those at the fifth step, who else can become an inner sect disciple when they just arrive? Back then, I worked hard to become an inner court disciple from the outer court until today. I spent hundreds of years to become an inner court disciple. I'm so envious. What's there to be envious about? Unless he's from the primordial era, it's impossible for a fifth-step cultivator to become a legacy disciple. As long as we work hard, we'll have a chance to catch the attention of an Emperor Realm Elder and become a legacy disciple. At that time, a mere fifth-step cultivator will be nothing. Many people secretly transmitted their voices and looked at Ning Qi with envy, jealousy, and disdain in their eyes. In short, their emotions were extremely complicated. Inner sect technique inheritance hall? Does that mean that there are outer sect technique inheritance halls and legacy halls? Ning Qi smiled. Zhao Lei nodded her head and whispered, the outer sect technique inheritance hall has a lot of cultivation techniques. There are only first grade to third grade cultivation techniques, while the inner sect technique inheritance hall has fourth grade to fifth grade cultivation technique. After a brief pause, Zhao Lei's eyes flashed with a trace of envy. In the legacy hall, there are sixth grade and seventh grade cultivation technique. Our moon elephant sex moon elephant physique is one of the sixth grade cultivation technique. Using grade to determine the strength of a cultivation technique? It was unknown whether the creation divine realm had copied the primordial era or the primordial era had imitated the creation divine realm. But this way, the strength of a cultivation technique could be clearly seen. Ning Qi thought in his heart and casually smiled. What about seventh grade cultivation techniques? Only the sect master can cultivate seventh grade cultivation technique. If someone obtains the sect master's recognition and plans to be the next sect master, they can also receive the cultivation technique. I heard that this seventh grade cultivation technique was passed down by the Moon Elephant Sex founder a long time ago. The founder's cultivation was unfathomable and had already stepped into a terrifying realm that even Emperor Realm experts couldn't reach. Zhao Lei transmitted her voice. A terrifying realm that even Emperor Realm experts couldn't reach? There was an 80% to 90% chance that it was the seventh step. It seemed that the Moon Elephant sect had once produced a seventh step cultivator. Perhaps all the divine sects in the primordial era had the inheritance of a seventh step cultivator, but because the divine master had fallen, no one had condensed or inherited the divine master's divine spark, causing the cultivators above the sixth step to be unable to break through to a higher realm. That was why the Supreme Saint Parliament dominated the primordial era. In my previous life, I was suppressed by Representative White Dragon. He was a seventh-step cultivator, but why would such an existence personally suppress a ninth revolution emperor? At that time, the Divine Master should have already fallen, and a sixth-step cultivator wouldn't be able to break through to the seventh step, unless the Supreme Saint Parliament suspected that I had obtained a divine spark in that life? Ning Qi's somewhat fuzzy thoughts gradually became clear. His eyes turned slightly solemn. The so-called forbidden star might be inextricably linked to a divine spark. As for the specifics, he had too few clues to know. But at least this trip to the primordial era had allowed him to obtain some valuable clues, so it wasn't a wasted trip. He brought Zhao Lei into the Technique Inheritance Hall. When an elder saw Ning Qi, his eyes flickered and he walked over with a smile. Junior brother is Wu Yin? I heard that even Elder Shui was defeated by you? Senior brother, you are? Ning Qi cupped his fists and smiled. There was a flash of hostility in the other party's eyes, and he happened to catch it. I'm Hong Kuan, one of the Technique Inheritance Elders of the Technique Inheritance Hall. Junior brother, you came to the Technique Inheritance Hall right after you joined the Moon Elephant sect. You've been cultivating diligently, but I don't think you have any contribution points, right? You'll need our Moon Elephant sect's contribution points to exchange for cultivation technique. I'm afraid you've made a wasted trip, Hong Kuan said with a smile. Zhao Lei was slightly stunned and said softly, Elder Hong, senior brothers who have just joined the sect can get 500 contribution points, which is enough to exchange for a grade 4 cultivation technique. The rules have changed. Your status is too low, so it's normal that you don't know about it. Hong Kuan looked at Zhao Lei with a fake smile. It's alright, I'm just here to take a look. Senior brother Hong, go ahead. Ning Qi smiled and turned to leave. Seeing that, Zhao Lei hurriedly followed. Hong Kuan was slightly stunned and his face turned grim. Lad, you're not taking the bait? If a new disciple quarreled with an elder of the sect, there was a high chance that he would be kicked out of the sect. Chapter 3796. The scale of the inner sect training hall of the Moon Elephant sect was a little beyond Ning Qi's imagination. There were thousands of fourth-grade cultivation methods and sorcery, and there were even some unorthodox poison arts and curse arts. These cultivation methods were sorted out by the Moon Elephant sect, and their power was marked with a certain number. After Zhao Lei's explanation, Ning Qi felt that the Holy Clan of the Primordial Land was indeed not simple. For example, one of the curse techniques was called Body Burning Curse. After mastering it, once used, the enemy would be burned by divine flames, and even their primordial spirit would suffer great damage. Moon Elephant sect marked it with a numerical value, 200. This numerical value was the same as multiplying. For example, if a cultivator with a primordial spirit of 5,000 points used the Body Burning Curse, the power of the Body Burning Curse would be doubled, comparable to an ordinary spell cast by a cultivator with the power of 10,000 points of primordial spirit. As for the other poison art, it was marked at 300, meaning that it was tripled, and so on and so forth. The most powerful rank 4 magical art was marked at 800, and required 8,000 contribution points to exchange for it. As for the Body Burning Curse, it only required 500 contribution points. My 9 inner hidden gates can increase my mortal body strength by 512 times. Moreover, as long as my basic strength increases, the power of the 9 inner hidden gates will naturally increase as well. If so, then in the ancient land, it should be equal to a 6th grade or even 7th grade or even stronger technique. If I give it a value of 51,200, thinking of this, Ning Qi smiled at Zhao Lei and asked, what's the highest numerical value for those 6th grade cultivation methods? Senior brother Wu, I've never been there. Zhao Lei was a little embarrassed, but after a pause, she continued, I've heard an inner senior brother mention that among the 6th grade cultivation methods, the Moon Elephant Body is the strongest, and the numerical value seems to be 5,000. 5,000, that was 50 times. It was no wonder that Xue Qingguang could increase his strength from the late stage of the immortal realm to the peak after cultivating the Moon Elephant Body. Moreover, the Moon Elephant Body did not increase physical strength, but the cultivation of the primordial spirit, which was the opposite of the 9 inner hidden gates. For ordinary cultivators, this cultivation method had a higher tolerance for mistakes, and it was suitable for many people. As for the 9 inner hidden gates, perhaps only someone like Ning Qi who intended to use his mortal body to become a sage would be able to display its full potential. From beginning to end, his mortal body cultivation far surpassed his primordial soul. If a cultivator like Xue Qingguang were to use the 9 inner hidden gates, the increase in strength would be limited. It would be completely incomparable to the moon form body. After looking through the 4th grade cultivation methods, Ning Qi's gaze fell on the dozens of fifth-grade cultivation methods. The lowest value of these fifth-grade cultivation methods was 300, and the highest was 1,000. And the fifth-grade cultivation method with a value of 1,000 required 50,000 contribution points. Let's go. Let's take a look at the pellet hall. Ning Qi smiled. Senior Wu, I feel that Elder Hong might be purposely making things difficult for you because he has a good relationship with Elder Shui. The two of them grew up together. The 500 contribution points that you should have received might have been withheld by Elder Hong. Do you want to? Zhao Lei's face showed a hint of hesitation. There's no need for that. I'm not interested in these techniques and spells. Ning Qi shook his head with a faint smile. Zhao Lei was briefly stunned. Seeing that Ning Qi was already walking out, she didn't have time to think and immediately followed him. She only reacted after they left the Technique Inheritance Hall. Could it be that Senior Wu has already learned a fifth-grade cultivation method? Didn't they say that aside from the primordial lands, the other 9 lands have weak inheritances? Thinking of this, Ning Qi became even more mysterious in Zhao Lei's eyes. When they arrived at the pellet hall, Ning Qi happened to bump into Lu Muqing, who was trying to curry favor with the elder of the pellet hall. When Lu Muqing saw Ning Qi, his expression slightly changed. Ning Qi ignored him and started looking around. There were all kinds of elixirs in the elixir hall of the Moon Elephant sect, ranging from Tier 1 elixirs to Tier 5 elixirs. However, Tier 5 elixirs were relatively rare, and the value of these elixirs was not much different from profound sun-grade spiritual materials. However, the division of the primeval lands was more detailed, and it was clear at a glance. The other places didn't seem to have much interest in this aspect, and they were only divided according to the Dark Yin, Dark Yang, and so on. Ning Qi even saw some 9 revolution heavenly heart pills, pills that were equivalent to body-tempering pills for fifth-step cultivators. However, the exchange price was also very high, starting from 10,000 contribution points per pellet. When Ning Qi left the pellet hall, Lu Muqing had already slipped away when he wasn't paying attention. When Ning Qi returned to his cave abode, he got Zhao Lei to leave and set up a restriction technique. With a thought, he disappeared from the spot. In the creation divine realm. In the courtyard, when Ning Qi appeared, he noticed that the sacred concubine had yet to return. Even Duan Yingjun and Duan Feifei weren't in the courtyard. Only Zhao Er and Madame Zhuo were still in the courtyard. Did anything happen while I was away? Ning Qi smiled at Zhao Er. Young master, we're safe here. Zhao Er immediately replied with a respectful smile. No one came back? Ning Qi slightly knitted his brows. Zhao Er shook his head. Then, he froze for a moment and stammered, Did something happen to someone? The creation divine realm is full of dangers. Even I can't guarantee that nothing will happen. Ning Qi smiled and left the courtyard. At this time, Jiang Tianshu, who was hanging on Willow Sovereign's head, suddenly opened his eyes and roared at Ning Qi. Just kill me! Just hang yourself here. Wouldn't it be too easy for you if I killed you? Ning Qi said without turning his head. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Jiang Posha glanced at Jiang Tianshu and slowly closed his eyes. His mind was constantly thinking of a way to escape. He had been thinking about it for countless years. Unfortunately, the only way was to surpass Willow Sovereign in cultivation. But Willow Sovereign was a star monster who had been in the imperishable realm for many years. His foundation was incomparably deep. It was almost impossible for Jiang Posha to surpass Willow Sovereign in this state. Not long after leaving the small courtyard, Ning Qi's thoughts flickered and he instantly locked onto Fei Yan's position. When he gave Fei Yan the jade slip, he also planted an aura seed in him. Even if Fei Yan crushed the jade slip or threw it away, Ning Qi would still be able to roughly lock onto Fei Yan's position. As long as Fei Yan appeared within a radius of 10,000 li, Ning Qi would be able to accurately pinpoint his position. Heavenly Tripod City. The most dangerous place is also the safest. The Feng family is currently searching for that lord in the vicinity of the Hague city, while I'm safe. The corner of Fei Yan's mouth curved into a complacent smile. He believed that the Feng family wouldn't be able to guess his grand plan. In fact, he wasn't even sure if the Feng family would send more cultivators after him after the fourth-grade God Realm warrior died. Chapter 3797. Not long after, Fei Yan found a target. He slowly approached the other party and said in a low voice, "Sir, is this your first time coming to Sky Tripod City? I am a native cultivator of Sky Tripod City and know this place quite well. No matter what Sir wants, I can." As he spoke, he raised his head, intending to carefully size up this celestial warrior who was suspected to be a rank 5 celestial warrior. Usually, he could determine whether the other party was a profitable target based on their current attitude. But this glance caused Fei Yan to be stunned. "Sir? Sky Tripod City?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. "You're quite bold." "Just so," Fei Yan smiled awkwardly. But then his eyes lit up. Ning Qi's appearance here meant that his chance to make money had come. Fei Yan immediately said in a low voice, "Sir, what do you plan on doing in Sky Tripod City? It's been a long time since I asked you to do something. Have you completed it?" Ning Qi smiled. How could this one dare to be perfunctory with Sir's instructions? "I have already received a batch of the spiritual materials Sir wanted me to buy, but the quantity was not much," Fei Yan quickly said. Ning Qi nodded and took the spatial ring. After scanning it with his divine sense, he looked at him strangely. 36 Qilin fruits? Did I buy too much? It's just that although the value of the Qilin fruits is not high, they are quite rare. I saw a member of the sea race selling them a while ago, so I bought them all." Fei Yan was a bit embarrassed and panicked in his heart. If Ning Qi wasn't satisfied with this batch of spiritual materials, wouldn't he lose everything? It had to be known that these things weren't very valuable in the Fortune Divine realm. If he sold them one by one, he would waste a lot of time and effort. "I didn't buy too much. This is your reward." Ning Qi's divine sense moved everything inside into his spatial bag. Then he placed 1,000,000 God domain stones in the spatial ring, which was equivalent to 10 million origin stones. Fei Yan took a look at it, and her expression became extremely excited. Her cheeks were even flushed red. 1,000,000 God domain stones. He had only spent 70,000 God domain stones, but Ning Qi rewarded him with 1,000,000 God domain stones. What did this prove? This proved that following Ning Qi was indeed very profitable. At this rate, in a few years or so, he would be able to accumulate a considerable amount of wealth, which would allow him to break through to the fourth-grade God Realm warrior. In the creation divine domain, strength had always been the deciding factor. The one with the bigger fist was the one in the right, and this was something that had never changed. While Fei Yan was excited, Ning Qi was also sighing. If he took the spirit materials he obtained from Fei Yan to the divine gathering world, even if he didn't count the Qilin hearts, he would still be able to sell them for hundreds of millions of essence stones. If he counted the Qilin hearts, then the value would be immeasurable. He never thought that the spy he had set up would be able to buy him 36 Qilin hearts. After swallowing them, the strength of his primordial spirit would break through the 30,000 barrier. This time, Ning Qi had brought 30 billion origin essence stones worth of spiritual materials with him. If he found a place to sell them, he would be able to earn at least 10 times the profit. There was also the 6 billion origin essence stones that the Bloodtier commander had given him, and the 3 billion origin essence stones from the Z family. After this trip, Ning Qi's net worth might reach 400 billion origin essence stones, which was equivalent to 40 billion God Realm stones. Even if he gave a portion to the Bloodtier commander, his harvest was enough to buy 3 Phoenix reincarnation fruits. In the past, Wang Shui had swallowed more than a dozen phoenix reincarnation fruits, and her cultivation had directly jumped from the third step to the perfection stage of the imperishable realm. However, Wang Shui's cultivation was too low at that time, and most of the medicinal effects had been wasted. Ning Qi was different from her. Now that he was at the sempiternal realm, as long as he had 4 phoenix reincarnation fruits, he could basically achieve the same effect as Wang Shui. Perfection stage of the imperishable realm. A trace of a smile appeared in Ning Qi's eyes as he said to Fei Yan, "Is there an auction in Sky Tripod City? I have some things that I want to sell." Yes, but it's not an auction. I know a merchant from the Sea Tribe. He is often active in Sky Tripod City. As long as the business isn't too big, he can buy it. Fei Yan hurriedly said. How big is considered too big? Ning Qi smiled. About 100 million God Realm stones, Fei Yan said after thinking for a few seconds. Not enough. Such a merchant doesn't have the qualifications to trade with me. Ning Qi said lightly. Oh, he has a backer behind him, also from the Sea Tribe. However, the price is very low, but he can easily take out a few billion God Realm stones. Fei Yan said. Not enough. Ning Qi shook his head again. Fei Yan was stunned. A few billion God Realm stones. That wasn't enough? Lord, how big is this business of yours? If you can't tell me, then I won't ask. I just need to know the approximate amount so that I can find someone to take over. Fei Yan asked, trembling with fear. Ning Qi's divine sense swept out, and after confirming that no one was eavesdropping on their conversation, he chuckled lightly. About 40 billion God Realm stones, not too big. Four, Fei Yan stammered. It took a dozen breaths of time before he managed to suppress the shock in his heart. 40 billion God Realm stones? This was not too big? What was the background of this lord in front of him? Even a grade 6 God Realm warrior's net worth wouldn't be this much, right? But in his eyes, this kind of business seemed to be very common? Fei Yan was shocked and ecstatic at the same time. If this business was really this big, he only needed to take a single hair from it and it would be enough to crush him to death. If this business goes through, how much do I get? I'll just take 1 in 10,000. Fei Yan's mind raced, immediately calculating. 4 million God Realm stones. I can take 4 million God Realm stones. With this money, I can definitely become a grade 4 God Realm warrior. How about it? Do you have a way? If not, then I'll go look for it myself. Ning Qi smiled lightly. Yes, I have a way. Fei Yan excitedly said in a low voice, Lord, I have a way that can complete this transaction. But? Ning Qi smiled. Fei Yan smiled awkwardly, but we need to go to the Sea Tribe's territory. 3 months from now, there will be a trading conference in the Nether Ghost Sea region. If we can make it, even if it's 80 billion God Realm stones, they can still swallow it. There's danger. Ning Qi's eyes flashed. Fei Yan honestly nodded. There are some risks in this. Although the sea race abides by the rules in our human territory, they might not necessarily follow the rules in their territory. If there isn't a certain degree of deterrence, I'm afraid they might try to tamper with the 40 billion God domain stones transaction. Speaking up to here, Fei Yan suddenly felt distressed. How was he supposed to earn the commission from this transaction? Deterrence? If there are 10 grade 6 God Realm warriors protecting me, is that enough? Ning Qi smiled lightly. 10 grade 6 God Realm warriors? Fei Yan was shocked once more. He could see that Ning Qi wasn't joking. Chapter 3798. My lord, is what you said true? Fian regained his composure and stammered. Whether it's true or not, won't we know when we get there? Ning Qi smiled. 4 million God domain stones, Fian clenched his teeth. No matter what, he had to follow Ning Qi and gamble. If he could obtain 4 million God domain stones, Would he still be afraid of becoming a fourth-grade God Realm warrior? In Heavenly Star Divine Kingdom, only a fourth-grade God Realm warrior could be considered a top master. Most people's goal was to reach fourth grade. As for fifth grade or the even stronger sixth grade, in the eyes of many people, they were nothing more than illusory goals. It was just like an ordinary person looking up to the richest man in their land. Wanting to achieve this was easier said than done. Thinking of this, Fian nodded and said, "My lord, let's not delay any further. We should be able to make it to the trading meet." Then, with Fian leading the way, they arrived at a familiar port. There were countless battleships docked here, but most of the masters of these battleships were the sea races. This was because as long as a cultivator entered the sea region, they would be attacked by the sea races. Although the Sea King suppressed them, many of the sea races were still filled with hatred towards other races. Thus, if one wanted to go to a certain sea region, the best choice was to board a battleship owned by the sea races and pay a sum of God domain stones. Looking at the dilapidated battleship in front of them, it was several times smaller than all the other battleships around it. Ningqi faintly said, "Fian, we don't lack money." Fian knew that Ningqi had misunderstood. He quickly whispered, "My lord, I know the master of this battleship. He also happens to be going to the Netherworld Sea region. Don't look down on its small size, it is much faster than those large battleships. Only like this can we make it to the trading meet." As he spoke, many human cultivators had already boarded the battleship. Ningqi nodded as he saw this and boarded the battleship with Fian. Everyone stayed on the deck. Before long, a sea race warrior exuding a fourth-grade aura appeared in front of everyone, an exaggerated smile on his face. "Friends, our journey this time will take about 2.5 months. I will have people arrange your rooms, but as for the fare, do you want to pay now?" "Pay now? Alberta, do you think we don't know the rules? Before we reach the Netherworld Sea region, we won't pay the fare." A grade 4 God Realm warrior calmly said. "That's right. You always give the money when you arrive at the place. How can you take the money first? Alberta, have you gone crazy thinking about money recently? What should we do if you dump us on the way after we pay the money?" "My friends, am I, Alberta, such a person? It's just that the situation is different this time, so you have to pay the fare first. Otherwise, if the Netherworld Sea region doesn't allow you to enter, you won't pay up," Alberta said with a smile. "You won't let us in?" Someone was slightly surprised. "Why won't they let us in?" "The reason we're going to the Netherworld Sea region this time is to participate in Lord Hydra's trade fair. Because there's a lord who hates the outsiders participating in this trade convention, so I'm just taking precautions. If you think it's too risky, you can disembark now." Alberta laughed. "Forget it, I'll pay the fare first." The grade 4 God Realm warrior who spoke first hesitated for a few breaths before helplessly nodding his head and giving Alberta 1,000 God Realm stones. In the blink of an eye, Alberta had received 70 to 80,000 God Realm stones. The smile on his face grew brighter. "This money is really easy to earn, it's a pity I'm not from the Sea Clan." Fei Yan's eyes turned red. Alberta glanced over and his eyes lit up. He quickly walked towards the two. Seeing this, Fei Yan planned to greet him, but Alberta ignored Fei Yan and came to Ningqi. "Lord, are you a grade 5 God Realm warrior?" "Grade 5 God Realm warrior?" After hearing Alberta's words, the other people on the ship looked over, looking at Ningqi with a trace of awe in their eyes, and at the same time there was a trace of joy. With a grade 5 God Realm warrior accompanying them, their trip was much safer. "That's right." Ningqi nodded lightly. "What advice do you have?" I don't dare. Lord is a grade 5 God Realm warrior, how would I dare to have any advice? It's all Fei Yan's fault for not speaking clearly. If I knew that an existence like Lord was on the ship, I would naturally have prepared well," Alberta said with a flattering expression. Fei Yan's lips moved. I didn't even inform you. After chatting for a while, Ning Chi revealed a tired look. Alberta tactfully closed his mouth and arranged cabins for everyone. Ning Chi's cabin was the most luxurious kind. There were only 2 or 3 such cabins on this warship, and they were specially prepared by Alberta for those grade 5 God Realm warriors and above. After everyone was present, Alberta's warship slowly moved, and finally turned into a stream of light, disappearing from the port. Alberta wanted to please Ning Chi, but he found that Ning Chi had been cultivating in the cabin and had no intention of coming out to see the scenery, so he gave up. However, he still found Fei Yen and inquired about Ning Chi's background. Brother Fei Yen, I, Alberta, have always treated you well. Don't cause trouble for me. What is the origin of this senior? Is he going to the Netherworld Sea region to participate in the trade fair? Alberta asked in a low voice. Nonsense, if not, why would I bring Lord on your ship? Fei Yen rolled his eyes. With the support of a grade 5 God Realm warrior, your temper has grown a lot. Alberta said faintly. How could Fei Yen not understand his meaning? He smiled without saying a word. When he obtained 4 million God Realm stones, his cultivation would surpass Alberta. Now that he had Ning Chi by his side, why did he need to please him like before? Time passed in a flash. 2.5 months later, everyone left the cabin and came to the deck. The seawater here was as black as ink, and it was difficult to even extend one's divine sense. It gave people a feeling of fear, as if they didn't know when a deep-sea giant beast would rush out of the sea. In everyone's field of vision, there was a small island in the distance. That was the destination of everyone, the place where Lord Nineheads held the trade fair. Lord, it's here. Fei Yen was a little excited. Ning Chi nodded lightly. His eyes fell on the small island in the distance. He could feel a few very terrifying auras. They might be grade 6 God Realm masters. Alberta came to the front of the deck and muttered a few words in the language of the sea race. After a dozen breaths, a figure broke through the wave. It was an incomparably huge turtle. Compared to Alberta's warship, it was more than 10 times larger. Alberta, Lord Bloodghost is also here this time. You still dare to bring a different race here? The turtle's huge eyes locked onto Alberta's figure as it spoke in human language. Chapter 3799. Lord Iron Turtle, these foreign races are here to participate in the trading meet. I believe Lord Bloodghost will not make things difficult for them. Alberta said with a flattering expression. Everyone looked at the sea turtle with a hint of fear in their eyes. This was because the sea turtle was emitting a terrifying aura. Although its cultivation was only at the advanced 5th rank, even an early 6th rank warrior from the god's territory might not have such a rich life essence. If anything happens, I don't care. If you are determined to participate in the trading meet, come on my back. Entering and leaving Nineheads Island at will kill you. Lord Iron Turtle glanced at the crowd indifferently. His eyes lingered on Ning Chi for a moment, but only for a moment. After that, he no longer paid attention to Ning Chi. In his opinion, Ning Chi's cultivation could only be considered passable at intermediate 5th grade. He had killed countless advanced 5th grade existences over the years, so intermediate 5th grade existences were naturally no different from Ant. After hearing this, many people showed hesitation. They seemed to know the origin of Lord Bloodghost, and finally chose to stay on Alberta's warship. The rest of the people carefully got on Lord Iron Turtle's back and let him carry them to Nineheads Island. On the warship, Alberta glanced at the few God Realm warriors who chose to retreat and said indifferently, I will wait here for half a month. If there is no ship to return to Sky Tripod City in half a month, you will have to follow me to the island. I heard that Lord Bloodghost's favorite grandson was killed by a city lord of Star Divine Kingdom, so he hates us to the core. I think we shouldn't take this risk. Alberta, No matter what, you have to help us find a warship to return to Sky Tripod City. Someone said. If you knew this would happen, you shouldn't have followed us when we were still in Sky Tripod City. Wouldn't it be unnecessary? Alberta shook his head and said no more. These third-grade God Realm warriors were not worthy of his attention. On the other side, when Lord Iron Turtle was about to send Ning Chi and the others to Nine Heads Island, his body paused slightly. He twisted his neck and looked at the crowd. If you want to go to the island, you have to give me another 10,000 God Realm stones each. What? There was no such rule before. Lord Iron Turtle, this is not good, right? If Lord Nine Heads knows. What's not good? Even if Lord Nine Heads knew about this, he wouldn't scold me. I've already said that Lord Bloodghost is on the island. Sending you up to the island is a risk I have to take. It's just a mere 10,000 God Domain stones, and you're not even willing to pay, so what's the point of going up to the island? I might as well just leave you here. Lord Iron Turtle sneered. Leave it here? Everyone took a look at the black seawater that even their divine senses couldn't penetrate. Who knew what terrifying sea beasts were down there? Even if they left now, they would still be in the territory of the sea race. They would probably be swallowed before they could even reach Heavenly Tripod City. Only a grade 6 Divine Realm warrior could easily cross the sea without fear of dying at the hands of the sea race. Without a word, Ning Chi took out 20,000 God Domain stones and threw them to Lord Iron Turtle. Lord Iron Turtle swallowed them in one gulp, a look of admiration flashing in his eyes. Seeing Ning Chi, a 5th-tier mid-level God Realm warrior, obediently taking out the money, no matter how angry the others were, they did not dare to anger a big shot of the Sea Tribe here. They could only obediently submit. After receiving the money, Lord Iron Turtle continued to swim. Soon, he sent everyone up to the island. Many of the sea race on the island glanced at him, a trace of ridicule in their eyes. Fei Yin, it seems like the sea race is not very friendly with us? Ning Chi faintly transmitted his voice. Fei Yin replied, Lord, the sea race here is different from those who come to trade with us on land. Most of their thinking is traditional, and they see us as their enemy. But there's no need to be afraid. Lord Nine Heads is a 6th-tier sea race expert, comparable to the Hague City Lord. He agrees to trade with us humans. And how many times have you been here? Ning Chi nodded. It's been 3 to 5 times. I'm very familiar with this Nine Heads Island. We can go and find a place to stay first. Although the rooms will be twice as expensive as the Sea Tribes, they won't reject us. Fei Yin said. The others also seemed to want to go to the place he mentioned. Everyone was going the same way, and not long after, they arrived in front of an inn. Glancing at the price tag, it actually cost 1,000 Divine Realm stones per night, which was equivalent to 10,000 Origin Essence stones. Moreover, the human race had to pay double the price. Staying here for 50 days was equivalent to the entire wealth of a perfected Tao-seeking realm cultivator. Inside the inn, Ning Chi also saw many God Realm warriors who came here through other means. It could be said that besides the sea race, at least 30% of the people here were humans. Fei Yin, you still dare to come here? After completing the procedures, just as he was about to move in, an angry roar with a merfolk accent came from behind Ning Chi. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged merfolk rushed in front of Fei Yin, his eyes almost spewing fire, as if he wanted to swallow Fei Yin alive. Ning Chi frowned slightly, but Fei Yin subconsciously shrunk his neck. After seeing the appearance of the middle-aged sea race expert, he suddenly asked, Uncle Job, what's wrong? The middle-aged sea race expert exuded the aura of a 4th-tier sea race expert, equivalent to a rebirth realm cultivator. Fei Yin, you still dare to ask me what's wrong? What did you do with Emma last time? Why did she give birth to a human-sea hybrid? Job lowered his voice, but the anger in his words couldn't be concealed. Many people turned to look in this direction. Whether it was the humans or the sea race, all of them had gloating expressions on their faces. The humans naturally wanted to see Fei Yan's antics, and the sea race also seemed interested in this matter. Most of them weren't locals of Nine Heads Island, so they couldn't understand Job's anger. What? Emma gave birth to a human-sea hybrid? How is that possible? There's nothing between me and her. Fei Yan was dumbfounded. As soon as I found out you were on the island, I immediately notified Lord Senator. You can wait to be executed. Seeing Fei Yan's unwillingness to admit it, Job sneered. In the next moment, 7 or 8 sea race experts walked in. As soon as they arrived, the sea race and humans present all revealed looks of dread, and their voices became much quieter. The leader of the sea race experts exuded an aura similar to Ning Qi's. His eyes swept around and locked onto Fei Yan, quickly walking over. Lord Sen, it's him. Job pointed at Fei Yan and said fiercely. Lord Sen, there's a misunderstanding here. There's really nothing between me and Emma. Fei Yan hurriedly said. No need to quibble, Emma has already confessed everything. That child is yours. A lowly human like you dares to touch a woman of our sea race? Men, take her away. Lord Sen coldly snorted. Fei Yan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect the other party to be serious. He could only look at Ning Qi for help. Chapter 3800. Seeing that Fei Yan was about to be taken away by Lord Sen's subordinates, Ning Qi took a step forward and smiled. Wait. Who are you? Are you planning to go against the Sea Clan? Lord Sun had already noticed Ning Qi's presence, but there was no fear in his eyes. I came to Nine Heads Island to do business. How could I be enemies with the Sea Clan? However, Fei Yan is a human warrior. If there isn't enough evidence to prove that he defiled Brother Job's daughter, and even gave birth to a mixed-blood human, wouldn't it be against the rules for you to capture him like this? Ning Qi smiled. How is there no evidence? My daughter Emma is the evidence. Job said angrily. Uncle Job, don't slander me. Although Emma and I are friends, nothing happened between us. The human-sea hybrid she gave birth to is definitely not mine. Fei Yan said anxiously. You still dare to quibble? Job's eyes revealed a trace of resentment. If it wasn't for you seducing Emma, she would have been married to Lord Ninehead's 7th son. This matter even involved Lord Ninehead's? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, and he happened to catch a flash of panic in Job's eyes. He immediately had a plan in mind. Based on the current situation, it was highly likely that Emma had an affair with a human warrior after she was engaged to the 7th son of the Nine-Headed Lord. If the other party was not Fei Yan, it was highly likely that Job would not be able to find the real culprit. Now, he could only catch a scapegoat to appease the Nine-Headed Lord. Unfortunately, Fei Yan, who was Emma's friend, was targeted by Job. Thinking of this, Ning Qi suddenly smiled. Call your daughter over and bring the child. If it was really him, I won't stand up for him. Confrontation? Job was slightly startled, then he said angrily, What confrontation is there? The evidence is clear. He looked at Lord Sen. Lord Sen, please capture him. The human race is cunning. If he escapes from Nine Heads Island, when the 7th young master finds fault, take his head as a sacrifice. You're guilty, not even daring to confront him. You want to capture a human warrior? Do you really think the 3 divine kingdoms are just decorations? Ning Qi smiled. Lord Sun looked at Job, then at Ning Qi, and finally said to Job, Call Emma and bring the child. Job was a little flustered. Master Sin, you don't believe me? It's not a matter of whether you believe him or not. He's right. Since you're sure that he's the father, let Emma bring the child here to confront him. When they have nothing to say, I'll naturally help you. Lord Sin said calmly. When Job saw this, he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Before he left, he looked at Ning Qi with anger in his eyes. Sir, there's really nothing between me and Emma. As long as Emma comes, I'll be innocent. Fei Yen smiled bitterly at Ningqi. Innocence? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Ningqi smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, Lord Sin kept sizing up Ningqi and suddenly asked, "How should I address you?" Wu Yin. Ningqi smiled. "Brother Wu, I've never seen you before." Lord Sin smiled. "My previous business wasn't big enough, so there's no need to come here," Ningqi said lightly. Lord Sen's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't say anything. After half a day, Job finally brought his daughter, Emma, over. Emma was also carrying a child in her arms. The child had the characteristics of both the human race and the merfolk race. "Emma, it's good that you're here. Quickly tell Uncle Job that this child isn't mine," Fei Yen hurriedly said. Emma didn't look at him. She first bowed to Lord Sin, then looked at Fei Yen with some difficulty. "Fei Yen, we can no longer hide our matter, can't hide? What matter can't be hidden?" Fei Yen froze for a moment before reacting. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Emma in disbelief. She actually slandered him along with her father? Why was this happening? Since you guys want to confront each other, it's already happened. Even my daughter said so. What qualifications does he have to deny it? Job sneered, his gaze falling on Ningqi. Words alone are no proof. "Let me ask you, when was the child born?" Ningqi said calmly. Job was startled. "You don't need to hide this matter. When was the child born? Someone will naturally know. Just be honest." Ningqi smiled lightly. Job revealed a look of hesitation. Seeing this, Lord Sen's expression suddenly turned cold. "What are you hesitating for? Can't you remember when the child was born?" Job was shocked and quickly gave a date. After saying that, he was a little nervous, and even Emma's expression didn't look good. She didn't dare to look at Fei Yen, and kept looking down at the child in her arms. "Lord Sin, how long is the sea race's pregnancy period?" Ningqi smiled. Lord Sin was startled. His eyes suddenly lit up. 2 years. Good, since that's the case, we can ask Lord Iron Turtle if Fei Yen came to the island during that time. If he didn't, then this child naturally isn't his. Ningqi smiled. "I haven't been to Nine Heads Island for 10 years, Fei Yen faintly said as he looked at Emma with a trace of disappointment in his eyes. Job and Emma's expressions changed at the same time, but Lord Sun didn't give them a chance to explain at all. He directly brought his people to the seaside. Not long after, Lord Iron Turtle slowly floated to the surface of the sea. He stared at the crowd, and his expression didn't seem too good. "What do you want?" Lord Sin respectfully cupped his hands, then pointed at Fei Yen and asked when he last came to the island. Lord Iron Turtle was a little impatient and was about to turn and leave when he saw Ningqi. He suddenly smiled. "Oh, it's you, a tactful human. Fine, let me think about it. Oh, the last time he came to the island should be 10 years ago? Yes, 11 years ago." Lord Iron Turtle finally confirmed when Fei Yen last came to the island. In this way, the truth was revealed. Unless Fei Yen had the ability to create a child from thin air, he couldn't be the father of the child. Job's expression became very ugly. After hesitating for a while, he hesitantly asked, "Lord Iron Turtle, did you remember the wrong time?" Boom! The sea suddenly set off a huge wave and Lord Iron Turtle's body suddenly emitted a terrifying aura, enveloping Job. How could a mere 4th-rank sea race cultivator withstand the pressure of Lord Iron Turtle's aura? He immediately knelt on the ground. "Lord Iron Turtle, please calm down. I will punish this person." Lord Sin hurriedly cupped his hands. The aura here had already attracted the attention of many sea race cultivators. If this matter was blown up, Lord Nine Heads would also lose face. Naturally, he was afraid that Lord Iron Turtle would not care about the occasion and cause a scene. "Humph!" Lord Iron Turtle coldly snorted and slowly sank into the sea. Lord Sun let out a sigh of relief, then sneered at Job. good job, using me as a knife. Who is this child's father? Chapter 38:01. Job was left speechless. Seeing this, Lord Sin smiled. Fine, I don't want to get involved in this kind of thing. If you don't want to talk, then let the seventh young lord deal with it himself. Saying this, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Job hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Lord Sin's thigh. Lord Sin, I was wrong. I'll talk. Say it. Lord Sin lightly said. The child's father, I don't know who he is. He has already left the Nine Heads Island. I can't find him even if I wanted to. I was afraid of the seventh young lord's wrath, so I wanted to find a human to be a scapegoat. But I'm not wrong. If it weren't for the humans deceiving Emma, Emma wouldn't have lost her virginity, Job said in a low voice. Emma lowered his head, not daring to look at Fei Yen. Fei Yen laughed in anger. So, you want me to be a scapegoat? Lord Sin, this is your Sea Clan's matter. You can deal with it yourselves. I'm tired, I'll go rest first. Ning Chi lightly smiled. Brother Wu, I've let you see a joke today. Lord Sin cupped his hands in embarrassment. It's fine. Ning Chi smiled and brought Fei Yen back to the inn. Arriving at the inn, Fei Yen gratefully cupped his hands towards Ning Chi. Thank you for saving me today. If it weren't for Lord Sharpmind, I'm afraid I would have been captured by Job as a scapegoat. Sharpmind? You can't see the situation clearly. This kind of thing, as long as you use your brain a little, you can understand. I don't think Lord Sun is a fool, he should know. Ning Chi lightly smiled. Then why did he come to capture me? Fei Yen froze for a moment. If I wasn't strong enough today, they wouldn't have verified whether Job's words were true or not. You only have one way to go, and that is to be a scapegoat. If you were in his position, you would have chosen to do the same. Ning Chi lightly said. Fei Yen felt a chill in his heart. If it weren't for Ning Chi being here today, he would have died without knowing why. The next day, Ning Chi and Fei Yen heard loud noises coming from outside. They walked out of the inn and saw many sea race and human warriors rushing towards the same place. The seventh young master is going to execute a member of the sea race. It's the guy who framed you yesterday. Shall we go and take a look? A human warrior walked up to Ning Chi and said with a faint smile. He was followed by a few people, all of whom were at advanced rank 4, while he was at early rank 5. Let's go and take a look. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. A trace of hesitation appeared on Fei Yan's face, but in the end he chose to follow. Not long after, many Divine Realm warriors gathered behind Ning Chi. These people were basically with him on Alberta's battleship. As for the Grade 5 God Realm warrior accompanying Ning Chi, his name was Chu Feng, and he came from the heavenly tripod city's Chu family. Just like the Feng family, the Chu family was also a top family with a Grade 6 God Realm warrior. Soon, the group arrived at a place similar to a public square. The center of the square was surrounded by many members of the sea race, not allowing others to enter. Then, on a stone pillar, Job was chained to it with a restrictive spell. His mouth was still begging for mercy to a white-robed young man not far away. However, the young man looked at him with an indifferent gaze. Job, I'm executing you today not because Emma had an affair with a human, but because of the way you handled this matter. It's fine if you didn't catch the real culprit, but you used an excuse to frame someone else. You're ruining my reputation and my father's. Seventh young master, I was wrong. I really know my mistake. Seventh young master, for Ai Ma's sake, please spare my life. Job begged pitifully. Seeing this, the human warriors who came to watch the show looked at the seventh young master with a trace of admiration in their eyes. The other party could be so impartial. He was indeed responsible. If you're wrong, you're wrong. The seventh young master smiled. With a gentle wave of his hand, the stone pillar suddenly burst into flames. In an instant, Job was incinerated into nothingness. Everyone could clearly see that Job's primordial spirit had nowhere to hide. Together with his body, it was destroyed by the flames. Indeed worthy of being the seventh young master of Lord Nineheads. At such a young age, you're already so responsible. In the future, there will only be more and more human warriors coming to Nineheads Island to trade. Chu Feng smiled. Perhaps. Ning Qi nodded lightly. Fei Yin didn't know what to feel when he saw Job being executed for slandering him. But a few days later, he forgot about this matter and began to look forward to the start of the trading meet. Time passed day by day. Soon, the trading meet was about to begin. In the last few days, another batch of human warriors came to Nineheads Island, causing many inns to be filled to the brim. Inside a luxurious building, a constant stream of human and sea race cultivators walked in. These were all cultivators who came to participate in the trading meet. Ning Xuanyi and Fei Yin were arranged to stay in a single room. Just like in the Hague city, there was also a female sea race cultivator in the room. It seemed that the trading method here was similar. The two of you, are you planning to buy or sell things this time? The female sea race cultivator respectfully asked. Fei Yin looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled. I'm selling things and buying things. This is my list of things to sell. Take a look so you can be prepared. Handing over a jade slip to the female sea race cultivator, the female sea race cultivator scanned it with her divine sense, and was immediately dumbfounded. She stammered as she looked at Ning Qi. Me mister, do you want to sell all these things? She roughly estimated that the list Ning Qi gave her was worth at least 30 to 40 billion god domain stones. This was a big business deal. Although the commission here was much lower than the trading companies on the mainland, she could still get at least 1 or 2 million god domain stones. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Please wait a moment, mister, I'll go submit this list. But mister should be clear about the rules here. If you submit the list but can't take out the things on it, you'll be fined. The female sea race cultivator's tone became warmer, her eyes filled with charm as she looked at Ning Qi. Don't worry, if you can take out the list, you'll naturally have something. Fei Yin waved her hand dismissively. Seeing this, the female sea race cultivator turned around and left. Not long after, she returned to her room and handed Ning Qi a jade slip. Mister, this is the list of items that other people have submitted for this trading conference. You can take a look. If there's anything you need, you can tell me. I'll help you pay attention to the auction and remind you to bid. This trade fair would last for at least a few months. In these few months, there would be a constant stream of items being auctioned. The role of the female sea race members was to be in charge of reminding people so that they wouldn't miss the spirit materials they wanted to buy because they were distracted. There are still people selling Phoenix Nirvana fruits? Write this down for me, I want to buy it. Ning Qi's divine sense swept over the list and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 3802. Hearing this, the female sea tribe's gaze on Ning Qi became hotter and hotter. Taking out tens of billions of god domain stones worth of cultivation resources to sell, and even wanted to buy an early grade 7 spirit fruit, the Phoenix Nirvana fruit. This kind of wealth already far surpassed an ordinary grade 6 god realm warrior at the level of a city lord. In the next few days, the cultivation resources that Ning Xuanyi put up for sale were auctioned off batch after batch. The items in his spatial ring became lesser and lesser, but the number of god domain stones increased. Even if Nineheads Island deducted part of the transaction fee, in less than a month, Ning Qi's wealth had already soared to more than 40 billion god domain stones. This was related to several ordinary spirit fruits in God Lua world, but in the Fortune Divine realm, they were crazily fought over. Their prices were far higher than supermarket prices. Fei Yin admired Ning Qi more and more. Not only was his cultivation high, even the cultivation resources that he took out were unique, much rarer than the things that others were selling. After a few more days, when all the cultivation resources that Ningqi brought from God Lua world were sold off, his wealth soared to 50 billion God domain stones. In God Lua world, this was 500 billion God domain stones. Even an ordinary Emperor realm cultivator wouldn't be able to reach this level. The most important thing was that Ning Xuanyi could purchase cultivation resources that weren't worth much in the Fortune Divine realm, but were extremely valuable in God Lua world. Then, he could earn another sum of money in God Lua world. With this endless cycle, it wouldn't be long before he accumulated a considerable amount of wealth to pave the way for his future cultivation. On the walls of the room, there were batches of cultivation resources being auctioned off. Ningqi noticed that there were over 10 batches of cultivation resources that were extremely special, and the types of spirit materials that were put up for sale were extremely similar to the spirit materials that Ningqi had brought. Thus, it could be determined that there ought to be over 10 powers from the primeval times that were participating in this trade meeting. Fei Yin, this is your commission and 1 billion God domain stones. Take it and help me purchase the things on the list. If someone is like you, don't alert them and come back to inform me immediately. Ningqi passed a spatial ring to Fei Yin and said lightly. Fei Yin scanned the spatial ring with his divine sense and confirmed that there were indeed 150 million God domain stones inside. His face lit up with excitement and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, my lord. Without another word, he immediately left the trading meet. 5 million God Realm stones was 1 million more than the 4 million God Realm stones he had expected. With this amount of money, he would have the confidence to advance to a grade 4 God Realm warrior. The things Ningqi wanted to buy weren't worth much in the Fortune Divine realm, so it was basically impossible to see them in the trading fair. He could only take advantage of the fact that many sea tribes had come to participate in the trading fair to see if they had these worthless cultivation resources. 10 days later, the trading fair continued. During this period, the dozen or so powers that Ningqi suspected to be from the primordial lands had secretly made a few moves. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone was from the primordial lands, it would have been difficult to discover them. They should only be at the rebirth state. In the creation divine realm, they are considered advanced grade 4 divine realm warriors. No wonder they don't dare to throw out their resources. A hint of a smile flashed through Ningqi's eyes. At this moment, the female member of the Sea tribe said excitedly, "My lord, the auction for the Phoenix Nirvana fruits has begun." As she spoke, she almost shoved her entire body into Ningqi's arms. Unfortunately, Ningqi had no interest in this blue-skinned member of the Sea tribe. With a slight shake of his body, the female member of the Sea tribe awkwardly stood to the side. "Help me keep an eye on the price. You have experience participating in the trading fair. How many God Realm stones do you think it will be worth?" Ningqi smiled faintly. "There are a total of 4 Phoenix Nirvana fruits this time. I estimate that the first 3 will be sold for more and more, and the 4th will soar to a peak. As for the first one, it should be sold for about 6 billion God Realm stones." The female member of the Sea tribe said in a low voice. She was still a little excited. How much commission she could get depended on how many God Realm stones Ningqi spent this time. The Nine Heads Island only took a portion of the transaction fee from the previous sales. It had nothing to do with them. If Ningqi bought a 6 billion God Realm stone, she would get a commission of 300,000 God Realm stones. If Ningqi spent all the 50 billion God Realm stones he got this time, she would get a commission of 2.5 million God Realm stones. To a third-grade Sea tribe member, this was already a huge amount of wealth. "Then, I'll let you help me bid," Ningqi said with a faint smile. The female Sea tribe member immediately nodded her head. The auction for this Phoenix Nirvana fruit did not last too long. In the end, it was bought by Ningqi at a price of 6.5 billion God Realm stones. Compared to the last time in the Hague city, this price was almost half the price. There were still 3 Phoenix Nirvana fruits left. 2 months later, Ning Qi finally won 2, and the price of the last one was pushed to an extremely high level. Ning Qi suspected that the bidder was from the ancient sects and forces. They might have temporarily joined forces and spent 15 billion God Realm stones to buy this Phoenix Nirvana fruit. 3 Phoenix Nirvana fruits, plus the one I got from the Feng family's second elder, that's a total of 4. If I swallow all of them, breaking through to the imperishable realm shouldn't be a problem. Ning Qi smiled. If he could break through to the Emperor realm before the Grand Distant Lands burial ruins opened, his chances of obtaining a godhead would be much higher. From the beginning of the trading conference, it lasted for a full 3 months. At the end of the trading conference, Ning Qi still had 27 billion God Realm stones, of which 6 billion was the profit and capital earned after Commander Xueqiu entrusted him to resell cultivation resources, and the remaining 600 million was from the Purple Spirit family. Converted into Origin Essence stones, the Z family easily earned 3 billion after deducting the capital. Their net worth had doubled. Although 90% of the profits were taken by Ning Qi, if it weren't for the Purple Spirit family, the Z family wouldn't even be able to earn 3 billion. At the door, Ning Qi saw Fei Yan, who had been waiting for a long time. As soon as he saw Ning Qi, he gave him a look. The two didn't talk much on the way. After returning to the inn, Fei Yan said in a low voice, "My lord, there are people like you, buying those worthless spiritual materials. I remember the appearance of a few people." After saying that, he waved his arm, and spiritual energy suddenly condensed into a few faces. One of them turned out to be a high-level 4th-grade God Realm warrior, who came to Nine Heads Island on Alberta's warship, just like Ning Qi. Ning Qi remembered that at the very beginning, when Alberta said that there was a Sea Tribe Grade 6 celestial warrior who hated humans coming to Nine Heads Island and that they needed to collect the ship's fare in advance, that advanced Grade 4 celestial warrior was the first to object. "I got it. How much did you buy for the things I asked you to buy?" Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 3803. Fei Yan blushed with shame. "Sir, I could have spent all the God Domain stones you gave me, but because many people are buying these spiritual materials, there are still millions of God Domain stones left. All the spiritual materials I bought are here." Then, he handed an interspatial ring to Ning Qi. "Sure enough, someone is trying to steal our business." Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. He took the interspatial ring and glanced at it. His eyes immediately lit up. Fei Yan had bought a few dozen Qilin hearts. Adding the 30 from before, he now had a total of 70 Qilin hearts. In this way, it would not be a problem for his primordial spirit to reach more than 30,000 points. The nascent divinity was related to the power of many magical techniques, as well as the speed of cultivation. Ning Qi didn't care too much about it before, but now he was pressed for time. He had to improve both his nascent divinity and his fleshly body at the same time. Only then would he be able to find a chance of survival in the upcoming tribulation. Being able to buy these is already not bad. When we return to land, I'll give you another 1 billion God Domain stones for you to help me purchase them. The remaining several million God Domain stones will be your reward." Ning Qi put away the universe ring and said with a smile. Fei Yan was stunned for a moment. A few million as a reward? Although it had taken him some effort to purchase these spirit materials over the past 2 months, it definitely couldn't be considered tiring. Did he earn a few million God Domain stones just like that? Money came too easily, right? After regaining her composure, Fei Yan repeatedly thanked Ning Qi, but Ning Qi continued, "When the time comes, choose a place and open a chamber of commerce, call it the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Also, hire some people to help you purchase those spirit materials. Then you are the vice president of the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce." "I am the president." Ning Chi smiled. Fian was so excited that he couldn't speak, and could only nod his head frantically. Since the trading convention is over, let's return to Tianding City. Are you leaving today? Do you still have something to do here? Ning Chi laughed. No, it's nothing. It's just that I thought we need to make some preparations. Every time the trading meet ends, there will be people disappearing in the sea for no reason. Especially the Nine Heads Island. It's quite far from the mainland, so there will always be people from the sea tribe who will attack us humans. Fei Yin whispered. Let's talk about it when we meet them. Our Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce has 10 Grade 6 God Realm warriors backing us. As long as the Oceanic tribe is in their right mind, they won't make a move against us. Ning Chi smiled. On the same day, Ning Chi and Fei Yin left the Nine Heads Island and boarded another sea tribe's battleship. This battleship was extremely large, and almost 70% to 80% of the humans who came to the Nine Heads Island were on board. Among them, there were many Grade 5 God Realm warriors and some Grade 5 Sea Tribe members. Because it was a return trip, everyone wasn't in a hurry. Thus, the speed of the battleship was a little slow, but it was tolerable. Ning Chi and Fei Yan's rooms were next to each other, and nothing had happened for the past few days. But not too long after, the speed of the battleship suddenly slowed, and an extremely terrifying aura came from the distance. Many people left their rooms and gathered on the deck. What they saw was a battleship that was over 10 times larger than their own several thousand meters away. 9th grade primordial spiritual treasure? Ning Chi's eyes were slightly solemn. From this giant battleship, he could feel the aura of a 9th grade pre-celestial spirit treasure. The blood-red battleship had the black netherworld sea region as its background. As it suddenly appeared, many human warriors revealed anxious and fearful expressions. It's over. This is Lord Blood Devil's battleship. Fei Yan's complexion changed. At this time, the master of the battleship that Ning Chi and the others were on, an early 5th grade seafolk, flew onto the deck. He respectfully bowed towards the distant blood-red battleship. Lord Nine-Headed Subordinate, Carlos, greets Lord Blood Devil. Brother Wu, I'm afraid we'll have to cough up a mouthful of blood this time. Chu Feng bitterly smiled as he arrived beside Ning Chi and Fei Yin. The Chu family juniors behind him also had ugly complexions. What they feared had really come true. Could it be that this Lord Blood Ghost is really going to attack us? Wouldn't that be breaking the agreement between the 3 heavenly kings and the Sea King? Ning Chi lightly said. Chu Feng shook his head. You're thinking too simply. If Lord Blood Devil only kills a few humans, it won't be breaking the agreement. Right now, we just need to see who he finds displeasing to the eye. Perhaps it's a few, perhaps it's a dozen. After we kill them, we just need to hand over a sum of God Domain stones and we can leave. I didn't bring many God Domain stones with me this time. When the time comes, let's all pool together. A 4th grade God Realm warrior said. Ning Chi knew him. He was the one who had come to the Nine Heads Island with him on the Alberta battleship. Later on, Fei Yin had discovered that he was also purchasing spiritual materials that were not worth much in the creation god realm, but were worth tens of thousands of gold in the divine Lua world. Thinking up to here, Ning Chi glanced at his status panel. Origin returning sect climbing dragon? As expected from the primordial era. The Origin returning sect was one of the primordial divine sects. Just like the Moon Elephant sect, they also had more than 10 Emperor Realm experts. It was said that the Origin returning sect master was a boundless great emperor. A voice that sounded neither like a man nor a woman came from the blood-colored warship. Carlos, although your 9-headed subordinate, you should know my rules. How about this, you let the humans give me 10 heads and 5 billion God Domain stones, and I'll let the others on the ship go. Offer up 10 heads? Everyone subconsciously distanced themselves from the others, their eyes filled with vigilance and anger. Everyone, you heard it, please. Carlos looked at the crowd helplessly. Even if he offended some humans this time, it had nothing to do with him. Everyone knew that when facing a 6th grade God Realm warrior, unless they were stronger than him, nothing would work. That's not bad, but 5 billion God Domain stones. Looks like some people will have to cough up blood. There was a hint of schadenfreude in Chu Feng's words. The Chu family disciples he brought with him also heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Lord Bloodghost's words. They were afraid that Lord Bloodghost would personally make a move. If that happened, even if he wanted to kill Chu Feng, he would not be lenient. However, letting the human warriors choose 10 heads meant that the 5th grade God Realm warriors present would not be in any danger. Moreover, the 5 billion God Domain stones could be gathered from the others. Ning Qi could almost see a pair of eyes filled with mockery, looking at them like a god. Lord Carlos, we've spent money to ride on your battleship. You should protect us. A high-level 4th grade God Realm warrior said in a low voice. Carlos shook his head. I can protect you from the other sea tribes, but Lord Bloodghost is a 6th grade God Realm warrior. I can't protect him. A mere 30,000 God Domain stones ticket isn't as valuable as you think. I can refund you the fare, how about it? That high-level 4th grade God Realm warrior instantly fell silent. If he took the 30,000 God Domain stones as a fare, he would definitely be chased off the ship. Even if he used his but to think, he could already guess what the outcome would be. If you guys aren't going to choose, then I'll do it. A voice that was neither male nor female sounded again. This time, it caused many of the 5th grade God Realm warriors' expressions to change. Just as his voice fell, a blood-red light shot out from the battleship, landing on Fei Yen. The first one. Chapter 3804. This, Fei Yen was dumbfounded as he watched the red pillar of light envelop him like a cage. Break for me. In his panic, Fei Yen didn't care if this was the technique of a grade 6 God Realm warrior. He exerted all his strength and punched out. The terrifying force collided with the red pillar of light, but it instantly dissipated into nothingness, unable to even cause a ripple. You won't be able to break the technique of a grade 6 God Realm warrior. Ning Qi frowned. If Fei Yen was really killed by the other party, it wouldn't be easy for him to find someone so easy to order around. The second beam of red light arrived in the blink of an eye. This time, it enveloped Chu Feng. Big brother Chu Feng. The Chu family disciples he brought along revealed a trace of fear on their faces. They hurriedly used all sorts of methods to attack the red pillar of light. Don't waste your strength, it won't break. Chu Feng smiled bitterly. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Shui Gui would actually pick him out of so many humans on the ship. His luck was too good. Chu Feng's mind spun rapidly as he made up his mind. Even if he had to use up his harvest this time, he had to exchange for his life. The third beam of red light appeared. This time, it was a high-level grade 4 God Realm warrior. The rest of the grade 5 God Realm warriors immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Pan Long was dumbfounded, his eyes filled with anxiety. He had never imagined that he would be so lucky on this trip to Nine Heads Island. Senior Shuigui, we'll pick the remaining 7 heads ourselves. One of the high-level grade 5 God Realm warriors suddenly spoke. Alright, then you can pick the remaining 7 heads yourselves. Shuigui's voice sounded again. The grade 5 God Realm warriors on the ship heaved a sigh of relief. However, the grade 4 God Realm warriors started to tremble in fear. If it were up to their own people to choose, they would definitely send the grade 4 God Realm warriors to their death. As for those with the lowest cultivation, their complexions had already turned incomparably pale. However, I've changed my mind. I can only pick among you grade 5 God Realm warriors. Shuigui's voice sounded again. This time, his tone was filled with obvious mockery. Pick among grade 5 God Realm warriors? Who, those grade 4 God Realm warriors breathed out in relief. Carlos was stunned for a moment. He looked at Blood Devil with some difficulty and said, "Lord Blood Devil, if too many grade 5 God Realm warriors die at once, I'm afraid we won't be able to explain to the 3 divine kingdoms. What are you afraid of? The one who died wasn't a grade 6 God Realm warrior, but a mere grade 5 God Realm warrior. Don't tell me that it's enough to make the human race shed all pretense of cordiality and start a war with our sea tribe. Don't think that just because you're 9-head subordinate, I won't dare to touch you. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you too." When Carlos heard this, he immediately shut his mouth. At this moment, there were about 30 grade 5 God Realm warriors on his ship. After hearing Blood Ghost's words, those who knew each other gathered together in 2s and 3s. Very few were left alone. Because of this, Ning Chi's side became very conspicuous. This was because Chu Feng, who was standing next to him, had already been enveloped by the red beam of light. All that was left was to wait for death. Ning Chi was only a Tier 5 intermediate warrior. His cultivation was not very high, and he was alone. For a moment, all the Tier 5 Divine Realm warriors were secretly signaling each other with their eyes. "Sir, be careful!" Fei Yen suddenly yelled. Ning Chi did not even look. He turned around and punched. The body of a Tier 5 intermediate God Realm warrior who ambushed him exploded. His golden bones were also instantly shattered. What a powerful technique! Chu Feng's face revealed a trace of surprise. Killing someone of the same level in one move, and without using any spells, he relied purely on his physical body. This meant that Ning Chi's physical body was extremely powerful. The other Tier 5 Divine Realm warriors also revealed shocked expressions. Only a few advanced Tier 5 Divine Realm warriors remained unmoved, still looking at Ning Chi. "This human's technique is not bad, but it's a pity." Carlos looked at Ning Chi, a trace of joy flashing in the depths of his eyes. Although he did business with the human race, he was still a member of the Sea Tribe. To be able to see a human expert die at sea was naturally something to be happy about. "Sir Blood Ghost, does that person just now count as a head?" Ning Chi suddenly looked at the red warship and asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Yes." "Good." Ning Chi smiled, calmly looking around at the Tier 5 Divine Realm warriors present. "Whoever wants my head, do it now." Ning Chi did not even care about those advanced Tier 5 Divine Realm warriors whose aura was similar to that of the early or middle imperishable realm, let alone those of the same level. "Brother Zhao, you and I have known each other for many years. Naturally, there is no need for us to kill each other. However, we have never seen this person before, so let's count his head. This way we will send another 5 people to leave this place. Alright, then you and I will work together to suppress this kid." The 2 intermediate Tier 5 Divine Realm warriors discussed for a while. They did not hide anything from Ning Chi, and were not afraid of others saying that they bullied him with numbers. Just like that, they surrounded Ning Chi from the front and back. In the next moment, the intermediate Tier 5 Divine Realm warrior called Brother Zhao suddenly attacked. The other person seemed to have a tacit understanding with him, sealing all of Ning Chi's escape routes at the same time he attacked. They did not believe that the 2 of them, who were about to enter the advanced Tier 5 Divine Realm, could not suppress Ning Chi together. Bang! The terrifying attack landed on Ning Chi's body. Seeing that Ning Chi did not resist, many people shook their heads. Even Fei Yen could not help but close his eyes, thinking that Ning Chi was dead for sure. "Are your punches really that light?" Ning Chi smiled and shook his head. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the 2 people, he struck out with his palm. In the void, an incomparably large dragon head condensed and roared at the 2 people. In the next moment, starting from the top of their heads, their hair, flesh, and bones scattered on the ground like sand. In an instant, the 2 intermediate Tier 5 Divine Realm warriors died on the spot. 3. Ning Chi smiled. His figure moved slightly and appeared in front of a Tier 5 Divine Realm warrior who had tried to attack but hesitated in the end. With a bang, the other party was smashed into minced meat. 4. Ning-Chi smiled. 7. Someone reminded in a low voice. The other party had obviously included Fei Yen and the other two who were enveloped by the red light pillar. Is that so? My calculations are not that good. Ning-Chi chuckled nonchalantly. He then appeared before another God's Domain warrior. The Tier 5 Divine Realm warrior exclaimed, "Don't attack me, I have no grudge against you. Just now, you used your chi to move. You wanted to kill me, you just didn't dare to." Ning-Chi smiled. "I'll fight you to the death." Bang! 5. Ning-Chi repeated. Chu Feng was startled. Then, a trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes, as if he did not believe his own guess. However, he looked at Ning-Chi expectantly. Chapter 3805. Brother Wu, it's up to you whether I can live or not. Chu Feng looked at Ning-Chi anxiously. In just a few short breaths of time, Ning-Chi had killed a few more Grade 5 God Realm warriors who had wanted to attack him. 6. 7. Enough. A 5th grade Advanced God Realm warrior frowned and struck a palm at Ning-Chi. Ning-Chi's figure moved slightly. Instead of retreating, he advanced, directly approaching the Advanced 5th grade God Realm warrior. Bang bang bang! The two of them exchanged about 100 moves. Gradually, the crowd was shocked to discover that the Advanced 5th grade God Realm warrior was the first to show signs of weakness. "We have enough people," the warrior who was fighting Ning-Chi said in a panic as he fought. He was already regretting it. If he had known this would happen, he would not have meddled in other people's business. Bang! Ning-Chi found his opponent's weakness and used his own body to block the attack. With a backhand, he smashed the warrior's head. Advanced 5th rank was equivalent to the imperishable stage. However, as long as one was not at the perfected stage, their skull could not be tempered into a golden body. Therefore, this was the only weakness of imperishable stage cultivators. After smashing the warrior's head, Ning-Chi did not stop. In front of everyone, he smashed the warrior into pieces. Only then did he say calmly, 8. On the ship, whether it was the human clan or the sea clan, they all looked at Ning-Chi with a trace of fear in their eyes, as if they were frightened out of their wits. Lunatic! A mid-level 5th grade God Realm warrior suddenly soared into the sky, fleeing into the distance. Earlier, he also had the intention to kill Ning-Chi, and he knew that Ning-Chi could sense it. However, before that mid-level 5th grade God Realm warrior could escape more than 1,000 feet away, a gentle breeze brushed against his body. In the next moment, his body scattered into the netherworld sea region like sand. 9. Ning-Chi smiled. There was no movement from the blood-colored warship. "Senior, that's enough." Noticing that Ning-Chi was looking at him, an early stage rank, 5 God Realm warrior revealed a bitter smile as he retreated step by step. He wished he could slap himself a dozen times. Why did he suddenly think of joining forces with others to deal with Ning-Chi? Bang! An early stage Tier 5 God Realm warrior was dead. The rest of the Advanced 5th grade God Realm warriors looked at each other and subconsciously took a step back. They wanted to put more distance between them and Ning-Chi. In their eyes, Ning-Chi's move just now was enough to threaten their lives. Even if they joined forces, they didn't have much confidence in suppressing Ning-Chi. Who the hell is this person? How can he be so powerful? He can kill someone of a higher rank with such ease. Could it be that only a peak advanced rank 5 can suppress him? No matter who he is, now that we have 10 people, let's not offend him. Exactly. 10. Ning-Chi smiled faintly and cupped his hands in the direction of the blood-red warship. Lord Bloodghost, I've sent the 10 people you wanted on their way. And 5 billion God Domain stones. Lord Bloodghost's voice sounded again. At the same time, the red pillar of light that had enveloped Fian, Chu Feng, and Pan Long also gradually disappeared. Seeing this, the three of them revealed a look of joy as if they had just survived a calamity. They looked at Ning Qi with gratitude in their eyes. "Did you hear that? 5 billion God domain stones, gather them together." Ning Qi looked at the several advanced 5th-grade God Realm warriors. Their expressions changed slightly, a trace of anger flashing in their eyes. But after a few breaths of time, they turned their attention to the others. 5 billion God domain stones were gathered in the time it took to drink a cup of tea. After Carlos received the interspatial ring, he placed it in both hands and raised it high. A red light flashed and the interspatial ring disappeared. "Human, what is your name?" Lord Blood Ghost's voice sounded again. "Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Wu Yin." Ning Qi cupped his hands in greeting. "Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce?" There was a trace of doubt in Lord Blood Ghost's voice, as if he had never heard of this Chamber of Commerce before. But when Ning Qi took out the Rising Dragon token, his expression changed drastically. Inside the warship, a member of the sea race with a protruding mouth, monkey-like cheeks, and a face like a thunder god's but dressed in red robes looked through the void and landed on the Rising Dragon token. He could feel that there were 10 auras in the Rising Dragon token that were no weaker than his own. Among them, there was one that was much stronger than his own. Even his good friend, the Island Master of Nine Heads Island, an advanced 6th-grade sea race, was much weaker than this aura. "So that's how it is. No wonder they were able to train a warrior like you. Among all the warriors from the God realm I've seen, you are the strongest. I'll keep my word. I'll let you live today, but the next time I see you, I'll definitely kill you." Lord Blood Ghost's voice sounded in everyone's ears. As for the you in his words, everyone was well aware of who he was referring to. Not long after, the blood-colored warship slowly disappeared from the Netherworld Sea region. Seeing this, Carlos started the warship again and headed towards Sky Tripod City. The members of the sea race and the human race on the warship still had a trace of shock on their faces. The pressure that the Rising Dragon token gave them was extremely terrifying. It was as if a 6th-grade God Realm warrior was staring at them. Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce? I've actually never heard of such a powerful chamber of commerce. What a pity. If I knew this lord had such a background earlier, I would have definitely tried to curry favor with him on Nine Heads Island. For the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce to have such strength, the business they run must be enormous. The several advanced 5th-grade God Realm warriors who had originally planned to find a chance to teach Ning Qi a lesson broke out in a cold sweat after seeing the Rising Dragon token. With such a background, if they really dared to make a move, it would be courting death. My lord really didn't deceive me. Feeling the 10 Emperor-level auras, Fei Yen was extremely excited. With 10 6th-grade God Realm warriors as his backing, wouldn't he be able to do business as he pleased? No matter where he went, even the Feng family and Chu family in Sky Tripod City would have to give him face. What a terrifying token! A trace of surprise flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. "Brother Wu, when we return to Sky Tripod City, I'll invite you to my Chu family as a guest. Today you saved my life, so you are my good brother. Let me do my best as a host." Chu Feng walked in front of Ning Qi and said with a face full of gratitude. "After some time, when we return to Sky Tripod City, I also need to find a place to go into seclusion. I suddenly have a feeling that I'm about to break through." Ning Qi smiled. 4 Phoenix Samsara fruits were enough for him to break through to the great perfection of the imperishable stage here. If he was lucky, perhaps 20 years later when the Primordial Land's burial ruins opened, he could become an emperor-level existence of the Moon Elephant sect. About to break through? Chu Feng was stunned, but Fei Yan's face was full of surprise. The stronger Ning Qi was, the more promising he would be if he followed Ning Qi. Chapter 3806. Remember in 1 second 800 mail sign small slash say, net this is a wonderful free reading, without a pop-up window. Middle rank 5 is already so strong. What will happen if he breaks through to upper rank 5? I'm afraid that aside from a grade 6 God Realm warrior, there's basically no one who can suppress him. Someone cursed in his heart. On the way to Tianding City, the advanced 5th-tier God Realm warriors would gather and chat occasionally. Most of their time was spent in the cabin. Pan Long, who had managed to keep his life because of Ning Qi, took out 100 million God Domain stones as a token of thanks. Ning Qi casually accepted it and tossed it to Fei Yen, using it as funds to purchase cultivation resources. Pan Long still wanted to worm his way into being friends with Ning Qi, but when he saw that Ning Qi was extremely cold, he gave up. Although he was saved by Ning Qi's methods on that day still made him feel a trace of fear. Even in the Guiyuan sect, where he was from, there weren't many people like Ning Qi. To think that such a ferocious sempiternal realm cultivator would appear. A few months later, the battleship arrived at Heavenly Tripod City. Whether it was the marine race or the human race, they all moved quickly. Most people didn't dare approach Ning Qi. Only Chu Feng was extremely enthusiastic and insisted that Ning Qi go to the Chu family for a meal. Brother Wu, it's just a meal. When the time comes, I'll help you find a place to go into seclusion. My Chu clan has an abode specially for disciples to make breakthroughs. With the clan head overseeing it, no one will dare to disturb us. Chu Feng said enthusiastically. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. Swallowing the phoenix reincarnation fruit had caused quite a commotion. If there was an emperor to suppress it, it would indeed save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Chu. Ning Qi laughed. Seeing this, the Chu family disciples behind Chu Feng smiled. Not only was Ning Qi's cultivation extremely powerful, but his background was also enough for the Chu family to be on good terms with him. With 10 grade 6 God Realm warriors as their backing, if the Chu family could ride on their coattails, the Chu family would be able to earn a lot. On the way back to the Chu family, Ning Qi casually chatted with Chu Feng. Through their conversation, Ning Qi managed to find out a lot of information about the Feng family. After learning that the Feng family's patriarch, Feng Sisi, was an early grade 6 God Realm warrior, Ning Qi's heart relaxed a lot. As long as he broke through to the imperishable realm, Ning Qi felt that there would be room for maneuver even if he faced an expert who had just entered the Emperor realm. He wouldn't be as powerless as he was now. Not long after, the group arrived in front of a very imposing house. When the guard at the door saw Chu Feng, his face lit up with surprise. Young Master Chu Feng. Go and inform my father. Tell him that an honored guest has arrived. Chu Feng immediately said. One of the guards glanced at Ning Qi and immediately revealed a respectful smile. He turned around and entered the Chu clan. Brother Chu, there's no need to be so polite. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Brother Wu, you are my savior. If it weren't for you, my life would have been taken by that old man, Shui Gui. Chu Feng said with a serious face. Chu Tianxian, who was walking towards the door, revealed a trace of astonishment when he heard this. Chu Feng, did you guys encounter a blood ghost this time? Father. Seeing this, Chu Feng hurriedly cupped his hands in salute and then explained what had happened in a low voice. Chu Tianxuan's face immediately revealed a look of gratitude. He looked towards Ning Qi. Brother Wu, thank you for saving my son this time. I only have this one son. If he dies in the hands of Shui Gui, my wife will definitely cry herself to death. Brother Wu? Was there a difference in seniority? The corners of Ning Qi's mouth rose slightly. Chu Tianxian seemed to have seen through Ning Qi's thoughts and immediately said with a smile, Brother Wu need not take it to heart. Although I'm at the 5th level, I'm only 1 level higher than you. We're of the same generation. As for Chu Feng, you can call him nephew or brother Chu. Father, what are you saying? Chu Feng suddenly felt somewhat helpless. All right. Honored guests have arrived. What are you standing outside the door for? Come in with me. Chu Tianxian let out a hearty laugh. After entering the Chu clan, Ning Qi found that the strength of the Chu clan was similar to that of the four great emperor clans in the Tili land. At least, it was similar to that of the Jiang clan. There weren't many high 5th grade God Realm warriors like Chu Tianxian. In the depths of the Chu family there were 3 auras that were extremely powerful. 2 of them were about the same as Chu Tianxian, and 1 was stronger than Chu Tianxian. It should be the Chu family's patriarch, the early 6th grade God Realm warrior. Warriors of the God Realm. Big brother, I heard that you encountered the blood ghost old monster? Everyone was chatting merrily in the hall when they saw a young girl rush into the hall. She looked at Chu Feng with an incomparably nervous expression. Seeing that he was not missing an arm or a leg, the expression on her face suddenly relaxed. Behind the girl was a young man. His cultivation was only at upper level 4, but his face revealed a hint of childishness. It was highly possible that he was a rebirth state cultivator who was not even 100 years old. Come. Big brother, let me introduce you. This is Brother Wu Yin. If not for Brother Wu's care, your big brother would have died in the hands of the blood ghost long ago. After seeing Chu Sun, Chu Feng's eyes instantly brightened. He hurriedly introduced Ning Qi to her, and then smiled at Ning Qi. Brother Wu, this is my younger sister, my biological sister. She's still unmarried. Big brother, why are you saying this? Chu Sun's expression immediately changed, and she subconsciously looked behind her. She saw that the expression of the young man who had followed her into the Chu estate had also changed. His gaze landed on Ning Qi, and there was a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. There was also a trace of undetectable hostility. Brother Chu, I already have a good match. Ning Qi smiled faintly. He was naturally clear about Chu Feng's intentions. However, he already had the sage concubine, Schwerer and Li Exen. Ning Qi felt that this life was enough. He might not be able to handle a few more women. So Brother Wu is already married, sigh. Chu Feng was slightly startled, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. When Chu Sun heard this, she immediately felt that Ning Qi was looking down on her. She immediately felt a little unhappy. She looked at Ning Qi. I heard from my big brother that you were the one who saved him from the blood ghost? The blood ghost is an advanced 6th rank warrior of the realm of the gods, and you're only mid-rank, right? And how did you save my big brother? Don't tell me you're deliberately colluding with the blood ghost to infiltrate the Chu clan and plot against us? As soon as these words came out, Chu Tianxian and Chu Feng's expressions simultaneously changed. Standing behind Ning Qi, Fei Yin also showed a trace of anger in her eyes. Chu Sun, what are you saying? Chu Feng shouted. Big brother Chu Sun Er's worry is right. After all, a mid-rank 5th rank warrior was able to save you from the hands of an advanced 6th rank warrior of the realm of the gods. This is too unbelievable. The young man smiled and cupped his hands. Big brother, I'm just worried about the safety of the clan. Chu Sun said with a wronged expression. You don't know anything, so don't speak carelessly. This time, Lord Blood Ghost originally wanted 10 of our lives. Your big brother was already chosen by him. If not for Brother Wu's decisive action and taking the heads of 10 5th rank warriors of the realm of the gods, Lord Blood Ghost would have kept his promise. Here, let us go, and perhaps you won't see me again today. Hurry up and apologize to Brother Wu. Chu Feng said angrily. Chapter 3807. Remember in 1 second 800 mail sign /say, net. This is a wonderful free reading, without a pop-up window. 10 grade 5 God Realm Warriors heads? Chu Sun was stunned for a moment. The young man behind her was also slightly taken aback. Ning Qi looked cultured and refined. Although he was a 5th-level intermediate God Realm warrior, he did not look like someone who would do such a terrible thing. A grade 5 God Realm warrior had tempered their golden bodies, making them extremely difficult to kill. Even if they were at the same level, it would be extremely difficult to kill 1 or 2 of them. As for killing 10, wasn't this a little too much of a myth? Chu Sun, is this how you treat your big brother's savior? Chu Tianxian growled. Hurry up and apologize to Brother Wu. Chu Feng had already told him that Ning Qi had 10 grade 6 God Realm warriors backing him up. How could the Chu family afford to offend such a background? If not for the fact that the head of the Chu clan was cultivating in seclusion, he would have personally come out to receive him. I thank you for saving my big brother's life. Chu Sun opened her mouth, but in the end, she unwillingly said to Ning Qi. Apologize. Chu Feng said in a deep voice. Big brother you. Chu Sun looked at Chu Feng angrily. After a few breaths, seeing that Chu Feng and Chu Tianxuan's gazes were still unmoved, she could only angrily apologize to Chu Feng. Then, without waiting for Chu Feng to speak, she turned and left. Brother Chu, Uncle Chu, I'm afraid something might have happened to Sun Er. I'll take my leave first. The young man cupped his hands towards the two, glanced at Ning Qi out of the corner of his eyes, and then turned to leave. Brother Wu, this little sister of mine has been spoiled rotten. She doesn't know the big picture at all. I hope Brother Wu doesn't blame her. Chu Feng smiled bitterly. It's fine. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chu Feng prepared a sumptuous banquet for Ning Qi. The next day, he brought Ning Qi to the place where the Chu family's disciples and elders could make breakthroughs. Brother Wu, this is the place. There are 36 caves here, and 7 of them are empty. It just so happens that the restrictive formations on them are able to withstand the shockwaves from a grade 5 God Realm warrior's breakthrough. You can choose any one of them. Chu Feng laughed. In Ning Qi's sight, there were 36 pagodas standing around. The 7 pagodas mentioned by Chu Feng happened to be slightly different from the other 29 pagodas. The aura of restrictive spells set up on them was also stronger than that of the other 29 pagodas. The former should be for grade 5 God Realm warriors to cultivate, while the latter should be for grade 4 God Realm warriors and below. There were people cultivating in all 29 pagodas. Young Master Chu Feng. Along the way, they encountered many Chu family warriors. After they saw Chu Feng, they cupped their hands across their chests and curiously looked at Ning Qi. After a day, everyone in the Chu family had basically learned of Chu Feng's experiences in the Netherworld Sea region. After rescuing Chu Feng from the clutches of a grade 6 God Realm warrior, many speculations about Ning Qi gradually spread. However, there was also a rumor that was being discussed in private. They said that Ning Qi might be a spy sent by Lord Bloodghost, and that he wanted to use him to infiltrate the Chu clan to plot against them. Chu Feng smiled and nodded at the Chu clan warriors who greeted him. Then, he looked at Ning Qi and said, Brother Wu, how is it? Have you picked a seat? This one. Ning Qi picked one at random. Okay. Chu Feng personally sent Ning Qi to the entrance of the tower. After Ning Qi entered, he turned around and left with Fei Yan. Inside the tower, Ning Qi first swallowed the Qilin heart. The stronger his primordial spirit was, the more helpful it would be for him to swallow the phoenix reincarnation fruit. At the same time, Chu Sun, on the other hand, had come to the Feng family, which was equally as famous as the Chu family, and was complaining to an advanced 5th grade God Realm warrior, whose cultivation was about the same as Chu Tianxuan's. The young man who had been following Chu Sun before was also present. Standing behind Chu Sun, he occasionally added a few guesses of his own. Testing. Big Brother Xuanji, this person is really arrogant. I'm afraid he's a spy from the marine race. So, I hope Big Brother Feng can test him. Chu Sun said in a low voice. The young man nodded. Big brother, According to Big Brother Chu's description, this person easily killed 10 grade 5 God Realm warriors. Is it possible that Blood Ghost secretly did something? You should know that Blood Ghost is the marine race that hates us humans the most. If it wasn't for the agreement between the 3 rulers and the Sea King, they would have already attacked Heaven Tripod City. Chu Sun, Feng Dong, you mean you want me to test this person's background? Feng Xuanji said with a faint smile. Yes, if Big Brother Xuanji takes action, you can definitely test this person's background. At the very least, you can teach him a lesson. Chu Sun nodded. Feng Xuanji, however, could see that Chu Sun's true purpose was to teach the other party a lesson. He glanced at Feng Dong and then at Chu Sun. He chuckled and nodded. Fine, I also want to see if this person can save Chu Feng from the Blood Ghost. I want to see how strong this God Realm warrior is. Chu Sun was pleasantly surprised when she heard this. Big Brother Xuanji, you agree? Feng Xuanji nodded with a faint smile. Let's go. Feng Dong and Chu Sun were very happy. Not long after, the 3 arrived at the Chu clan. Chu Tianxian learned that the strongest warrior of the Feng clan's younger generation, Feng Xuanji, who was likely to enter the grade 6 God Realm and become the next patriarch of the Feng clan, had come to the Chu clan. Chu Feng came out to welcome him. Uncle Chu. Feng Xuanji smiled and cupped his hands at Chu Tianxian. Xuanji's cultivation has improved again recently? Chu Tianxuan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Since the last time he saw Feng Xuanji, the other party's cultivation had deepened a bit. Such a fast advancement speed was indeed shocking. I have a feeling that my cultivation has indeed improved. Feng Xuanji nodded with a smile. Chu Feng glanced at him with some dissatisfaction, then looked at Feng Dong and Chu Sun, and frowned. Feng Xuanji, what are you doing here today? He was from the same generation as Feng Xuanji, but Feng Xuanji's aptitude and talent far surpassed the geniuses of his generation. He had become the most dazzling new star in Sky Tripod City. When the geniuses of their generation advanced to the early stage of Grade 5, Feng Xuanji had already advanced from Grade 5 Intermediate to Grade 5 Advanced. I heard that the Chu clan has a distinguished guest. Xuanji wanted to come and take a look. I wonder if I will trouble Uncle Chu? Feng Xuanji ignored Chu Feng and smiled at Chu Tianxian. So what if they were of the same generation? Feng Xuanji no longer recognized an early 5th grade God Realm warrior like Chu Feng. In his eyes, even Chu Tianxian was a level lower than him. This was because he was the youngest 5th grade God Realm warrior in Tianding City. He was destined to enter the 6th grade in the future. It might not be too long before this time. Chu Tianxian glanced at Chu Sun and saw him shift his gaze away guiltily. He already understood in his heart. He smiled at Feng Xuanji and said, Xuanji, that distinguished guest has already gone into seclusion. If you want to take a look, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for him to come out. Gone into seclusion? He's afraid. Chu Sun's face showed a trace of surprise, then he snorted disdainfully. There's no harm in going into seclusion. When he comes out, Xuanji will come and visit again. Feng Xuanji smiled, cupped his hands and turned to leave. Chu Sun immediately followed Feng Dong with a guilty conscience and left quickly behind Feng Xuanji. Chapter 3808. Dad, I think you should talk to Sun Er about her temper. It's one thing for her to be mischievous when she was young, but now she can't even tell right from wrong. She even hangs out with that trash Feng Dong. If you don't say anything, I'll have Mother teach her a lesson. Chu Feng frowned after Feng Xuanji and the other 2 left. What do you mean? Sun Er has always had this kind of temper since she was young. It's my fault for not letting her go out to explore the world. Although she's a grade 4 God Realm warrior, 10 grade 3 God Realm warriors can kill her. There's nothing wrong with hanging out with Feng Dong. At least Feng Dong has Feng Xuanji as his brother. In the future, the Feng family's 2nd grade 6 God Realm warrior can only be him. Chu Tianxian said indifferently. After a pause, he continued, Your mother will definitely say the same thing. I'm afraid that Sun Air will cause trouble. Not only did Brother Wu save me, but his background is also very mysterious. If we can cooperate with the Rising Dragon Merchant House behind him, it will be of great help to our Chu family. Chu Feng said in a low voice. I've already ordered people to investigate last night. There is no Rising Dragon Merchant House. If you hear it from him personally, it's either newly established or non-existent to deceive Shuigui. Whether it's the former or the latter, it won't be of any help to our Chu family. On the other hand, the token in his hand has a mysterious origin. You better find out who the 10 grade 6 God Realm warriors behind him are. Only then will it be of help to our Chu family. Chu Tianxian waved his hand with a smile. How could a merchant house that had 10 grade 6 God Realm warriors as its backing be unknown? No matter how low-key it was, there should be some traces left behind. Yesterday, he had asked all the forces that had cooperated with the Chu family, but none of them knew anything about the Rising Dragon Merchant House. This meant that at least one of his guesses was correct. Dad, don't tell me you want to find out Brother Wu's background like Sun Air? Although Feng Xuanji is arrogant, he's the real deal. As a peak grade 5 God Realm warrior, Brother Wu might not be his match. Are you trying to use this to lure out the grade 6 God Realm warrior behind him? Chu Feng's expression became a little strange. In any case, this has nothing to do with our Chu clan. If anything happens, it'll be the Feng clan's problem. Feng Sisi lost a Phoenix Nirvana fruit some time ago, causing his cultivation to stagnate. It'll be best if we cause him some trouble this time. That way, it'll be even more difficult for him to break through his bottleneck before your grandfather. Chu Tianxian smiled, then turned and left. Chu Feng stood where he was for a long time before he suddenly muttered to himself, What an old fox! 10 days later, Ning Xuani had already swallowed all 70 Qilin hearts. According to the stats panel, his power of primordial soul had broken through the 30,000 mark and reached 30,300 point. 30,000 was the limit that a sempiternal realm cultivator could reach. Ning Qi had yet to reach sempiternal realm consummation, but the strength of his primordial spirit had already exceeded that limit. After swallowing the Qilin heart, Ning Qi took out 4 phoenix reincarnation fruits and tossed them all into his mouth. The fruits melted in his mouth and turned into a warm current that spread to his limbs and bones. In an instant, Ning Qi was in a trance, as if he had stepped into the clouds and mist. His whole body seemed a little dizzy, but it was accompanied by a kind of comfort. Boom! Ning Qi's aura suddenly surged, reaching the level of a sempiternal realm consummation cultivator. The restrictive formation on the pagoda flickered slightly, but due to how fast it was, no one noticed it. But before long, Ning Qi's aura surged once more, reaching the level of an imperishable realm consummation cultivator. At the same time, the golden bones in his body were also being tempered by a unique energy, and the rate at which they were being tempered was astounding. In another pagoda, a Chu clan descendant had finally broken through his bottleneck after many years of hard work, successfully advancing to become a God Realm consummation cultivator. He walked out of the pagoda excitedly, and there were already a dozen people waiting outside. Chu Long, you've made a breakthrough? I've broken through to God Realm consummation. Why are all of you here to receive me? It won't be too late to come when I reach God Realm consummation next time. Chu Long said with a smile. You're the role model of our lineage. You've only cultivated for 30 years, but you've already reached God Realm consummation. If we don't come to receive you, wouldn't it seem as if our lineage has withered? Someone laughed. Like Chu Long, The dozen or so people were all descendants of the Chu clan's third branch. Among them, some were only at God realm consummation, and some were already at God realm consummation. Only Chu Long was at God realm consummation, and he stood out like a crane among chickens. "Come on, let's go to the Cool Breeze Inn and have a feast. It's my treat," Chu Long said in high spirits. Just as everyone was about to leave, someone suddenly pointed at a pagoda and said, "Look, why is the restrictive spell on that pagoda constantly flashing?" It's normal for the restrictive spell to change due to the chi movement caused by a breakthrough. But is it really normal for it to keep flashing? Hearing this, everyone, including Chu Long, looked at the pagoda in unison. As a result, they saw that the restrictive spell on the pagoda was constantly flashing. Is there something wrong with the restrictive spell? A trace of confusion appeared in Chu Long's eyes. Not long after, more and more Chu clan descendants noticed this. Even the elders of Chu Tianxuan's generation came upon hearing the news. "Why are there so many people gathered here?" Chu Feng happened to pass by this place. Seeing so many people gathered here, he couldn't help but feel curious. Seeing Chu Feng's arrival, everyone's faces immediately revealed respectful expressions. Chu Long also did the same. Because, like Feng Xuanji, Chu Feng was the Chu clan's #1 outstanding talent, the youngest God Realm warrior. Although Chu Feng's cultivation realm was 2 levels lower than Feng Xuanji's, isn't that Brother Wu's cave dwelling? Chu Feng was slightly startled, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. "Chu Feng, the Brother Wu you mentioned, is he the mid-level God Realm warrior who saved you from Blood Ghost?" A Chu clan elder asked. "That's right, third uncle. Why is the restrictive spell flickering? Is there something wrong with it?" Chu Feng nodded and casually asked. The Chu clan elder who was addressed as third uncle shook his head. The restrictive spell was personally arranged by the patriarch. How could there be a problem? This kind of flickering is similar to an unstable chi movement after a breakthrough, which triggered the restrictive spell. "You mean, Brother Wu is constantly breaking through?" Chu Feng was stunned. Hearing this, the atmosphere became a little quiet. Inside the pagoda, Ning Qi's aura had soared to the level of imperishable stage Great Circle, and the tempering of his golden body had almost reached 100%. However, there was a fingernail-sized area on the top of his head that could not be tempered. No matter how the special energy produced by the Phoenix Samsara fruit surged towards that area, it would always be blocked outside. Ding! The system's notification suddenly sounded. Ning Qi was slightly startled. He diverted his attention to look at his attribute panel and almost spat out a curse. Chapter 3809. Ning Qi finally understood why he couldn't refine the top of his head. After absorbing so much of the Phoenix reincarnation fruit's energy, there was still at least 1/10 of the remaining energy in his body that couldn't be absorbed by Ning Qi. It was all because the system had its own ideas. At this time, it gave Ning Qi an advancement quest. Ning Qi instantly understood the cause and effect. If he hadn't consumed the Phoenix reincarnation fruit, the system would have prepared this mission for him and given it to him when he reached the imperishable realm. But now, he had swallowed 4 Phoenix Samsara fruits, and the energy contained within them was boundless. But because the system had issued an advancement mission, he couldn't absorb the remaining energy and was stuck at the imperishable realm. Otherwise, he would have had a chance to break through to the Great Emperor realm, enter the Supreme Saint Assembly and become a boundless cultivator. Ning Qi felt that this mission was quite clever. Letting a dark cultivator like him enter the Supreme Saint Assembly. Did it really think he was one of those Emperor realm powerhouses who could hide their identity? The Supreme Saint Assembly only accepts cultivators with great talent. If I want to enter, I'll have to make a name for myself in the Moon Elephant sect. With a slight thought, Ning Qi had a preliminary plan. There was no need for him to stay here any longer. With the system's restrictions, he would probably have to wait until the advancement mission was completed before he could fully absorb the remaining energy of the Phoenix reincarnation fruit. Outside the tower, everyone suddenly realized that the restrictive spell was no longer flickering. Before long, a figure walked out. Other than Chu Feng and the other rank 5 God Realm warriors, no one else could tell what realm Ning Qi was at. The surging energy had long been absorbed into Ning Qi's body. This time, the Phoenix reincarnation fruit not only made Ning Qi's golden body almost complete, but it also helped him break through to the ancient star body 12th rank. The dragon elephant saint art had also improved. When he broke through to the Emperor realm, he would probably reach the 99th level complete. His basic mortal bodily strength had risen by an unknown degree. If he were to use the 9 inner hidden gates in addition, it could be said that Ning Qi was a vicious beast in human form. He even felt that in terms of pure mortal bodily strength, he could compare with several peak clans of the monster race. For instance, the 4 saint clans, the Kirin clan, and so forth. "Brother Wu, you're out so soon?" Chu Feng immediately went up to meet him. His eyes revealed a trace of shock. He had assumed that Ning Qi's closed-door seclusion would take at least a few years, or even a few decades. After all, for a grade 5 God Realm warrior, breaking through a bottleneck was the minimum amount of time. Some grade 5 God Realm warriors were stuck at a bottleneck for hundreds of years without being able to break through. My cultivation base has increased a little. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Chu, for your feng shui treasured land. You're too polite." "Then Brother Wu is..." Chu Feng hurriedly waved his hand, but then he revealed a trace of curiosity. He couldn't see through Ning Qi's cultivation, mainly because Ning Qi's primordial spirit was much stronger than Chu Feng's. "Advanced rank 5, I guess." Ning Qi laughed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that Ning Qi was still a middle-stage rank 5 not long ago. They did not expect him to break through to rank 5 in the blink of an eye. If they knew that Ning Qi was not only at advanced 5th grade, but also at the peak of advanced 5th grade, the same cultivation as Feng Xuanji, they would be even more shocked. In this realm, one could also dominate a region in the creation divine realm and create a small sect or family. In the Shenluo realm, one would be considered an extremely powerful expert. Usually, if the Emperor realm was not out, the Eternal realm would be the top. Advanced 5th grade. Brother Wu is really well prepared. Chu Feng suddenly let out a sigh. "I've been troubling Brother Chu for the past few days. I still have something to do, so I plan to leave today." Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. Chu Feng was slightly startled and then whispered, "The Feng family's number 1 genius, Feng Xuanji, is also at advanced 5th grade. He was provoked by Sun Er and Feng Dong and wants to challenge Brother Wu. If Brother Wu is confident, you might as well stay for another day. If Brother Wu is in a hurry, then leave now. If Feng Xuanji comes looking for you, I will stop him for Brother Wu." He had just broken through and someone came to him to practice? Ning Qi was worried that there was no place to test his current methods. He was still not sure how big the gap between his strength and before was. Thinking of this, Ning Qi smiled and said, "In that case, then I will stay for another day. However, it is inevitable that there will be some stakes in a spar. Brother Chu, why not arrange it?" "Stakes?" Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, and his eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. "Brother Wu, are you confident?" "Probably. 100%. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Chu Feng was shocked by Ning Qi's confidence. After a few moments of hesitation, he decided to believe in Ning Qi because he also hated Feng Xuanji. If he could take this opportunity to disgust the other, then would Feng Xuanji dare to look down on him in the future? Good. Leave this matter to me. Feng Xuanji is extremely arrogant. He will definitely take the bait. Chu Feng could not hide the excitement in his heart. Soon, the Chu family knew that Ningqi had broken out of seclusion. Chu Tianxian also came to congratulate him. In the evening, there was another sumptuous banquet. The happiest one was actually Fei Yan. During the banquet, Fei Yan looked at Ningqi with eyes full of worship. He had been mingling around for many years, from a small first-grade God Realm warrior to the current advanced third grade. Wasn't it all for the future? Now that he followed Ningqi, Ningqi casually went into seclusion and broke through to advanced fifth grade. If he followed such a person, his future would be limitless. Once Sir becomes a sixth-grade God Realm warrior, my good days will truly come. At that time, if Sir becomes a city lord, then I can at least become a steward, right? Thinking of this, Fei Yan was overjoyed. He drank a few more cups with the other Chu family juniors at the same table. The next day, just as Ningqi and Fei Yan were about to bid farewell to Chu Tianxian, Feng Xuanji brought Chu Sun and Feng Dong to their door. As soon as Ningqi and Feng Xuanji met, Feng Xuanji's body was unconsciously drawn by a powerful aura. Feng Xuanji's expression changed slightly and he immediately retracted his aura, frowning slightly. Only when he subconsciously felt that the other party was troublesome would the aura within his body be drawn out. Feng Xuanji, what are you doing here? Chu Feng lightly said. I already said that once Brother Wu leaves seclusion, I will visit. Feng Xuanji didn't even look at Chu Feng. He cupped his hands together towards Ningqi. I heard that Brother Wu saved Chu Feng from Lord Bloodghost in the Netherworld Sea region? Chu Feng and I grew up together, so I must thank Brother Wu for helping me. Brother Feng is too polite. Ningqi smiled. Chu Sun and Feng Dong glanced at each other and then winked at Feng Xuanji. However, Feng Xuanji didn't mention the matter of exchanging pointers. Instead, after exchanging several pleasantries, he casually said, I heard that Brother Wu had some enlightenment during your seclusion and has broken through to advanced fifth grade. I have always admired masters from all over the world. How about we exchange pointers? Exchanging pointers is fine, but there must be some stakes. After waiting for a long time, Chu Feng immediately spoke up. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.